In a world witnessing unprecedented transformation, the contours of geopolitics are shifting, economic relations are being redefined, and technological developments are accelerating. These changes are reshaping our shared future. Amid these rapid transformations, there is a clear need to recalibrate the global landscape through trade, technology, and governance, making it more just, balanced, and better equipped to meet the demands of the future. Following the success of its first edition, which established its position as a strategic platform for constructive dialogue, Hili Forum returns this year as an open space for discussion, bringing together thought leaders and decision makers from around the world to address the most pressing issues of our time. Geopolitical issues, to understand shifting power balances and alliances in the region and world. Geoeconomic issues, to rethink trade, energy, and market frameworks. Geotech issues, to harness AI and emerging technologies in shaping the future. At Hili Forum, ideas are shared and bridges are built. Hili Forum, a window for all.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محدثتكم مريم القبيسي، أخصائي تسويق في مركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Shamma Al-Dabal, Continuing Education Manager at the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy.
نرحب بكم في منتدى هيلي السنوي الثاني الذي يعقد بشراكة استراتيجية بين مركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية وأكاديمية أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية.
Welcome to the Hili Forum's second edition, held in partnership between the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research and the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy.
ونبدأ المنتدى بكلمة ترحيبية لسعادة الدكتور سلطان محمد النعيمي، مدير عام مركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية.
As we begin, join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Sultan Mohammed Al-Naimi, the Director General of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research. Kindly note that His Excellency's speech will be delivered in Arabic. Please use the headset for English translation and make sure that it is set on Channel 1, Arabic to English. Thank you.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحييكم من جديد من أرض حملت على مر العصور رسالة اللقاء والتواصل، أرض اجتمعت عليها حضارات شتى وتعايشت في ثقافات متعددة تركت بصماتها الخالدة. من هنا، من عمق هذا التاريخ العريق، نستحضر اليوم روح الدبلوماسية الإماراتية التي تتحرك بثبات وثقة، مستندة إلى إرث تجاوز نصف قرن من عمر دولتنا الفتية، ومرتبطة بجذور حضارية أعمق تمتد لآلاف السنين. أيها الحضور الكريم، يأتي انعقاد النسخة الثانية من منتدى هيلي نتاجاً للجهد المشترك بين مركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية وأكاديمية أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية في إطار سعيهما لمواكبة المستجدات العالمية، والتي تتشعب مجالاتها لتلامس الجوانب الجيوسياسية والجيو-اقتصادية والجيو-تكنولوجية. ولا يقتصر المنتدى على كونه مساحة للحوار وتبادل الأفكار، بل يشكل منصة استراتيجية لصياغة رؤى مبتكرة، بما يعزز من قدرة صناع القرار والخبراء على بلورة تصورات مستقبلية تتسم بالواقعية وتسهم في تشكيل مستقبل أكثر استقراراً وعدلاً. نلتقي اليوم والعالم يعيش مرحلة دقيقة تتسم بتصاعد غير مسبوق في حدة التنافس بين القوى الكبرى، امتدت من ميادين السياسة والأمن إلى الاقتصاد العالمي وسلاسل الإمداد والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة. وقد تحول هذا التنافس إلى بيئة جديدة من الاستقطاب المعقد، حيث تتشابك الأزمات الجيوسياسية مع التحولات الاقتصادية والمعرفية، مهددة بتوسيع الانقسامات الدولية وإعادة رسم خرائط النفوذ على أساس أكثر حدة وتعقيداً. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، هذا الواقع العالمي المتغير يعكس نفسه بوضوح في سلسلة من الأزمات المتصاعدة التي باتت أكثر تداخلاً وتشابكاً من أي وقت مضى. فمن اشتداد الصراع في غزة وما خلفه من تداعيات إنسانية وسياسية عميقة إلى النزاع في أوكرانيا الذي رسم ملامح استقطاب دولي جديد، تتكشف أمامنا لوحة دولية تتسم باضطراب متزايد واتساع رقعة المواجهة المباشرة وغير المباشرة. الحضور الكريم، في هذا السياق المتأزم تعد منطقتنا الشرق الأوسط جزء لا يتجزأ من هذه التحولات، ربما أكثر المناطق تأثراً بها، حيث برز النزاع في غزة وملف القضية الفلسطينية مرة أخرى كعنوان صارخ لهشاشة البنية الأمنية والإقليمية، ما يؤكد الحاجة الماسة إلى تبني رؤية شاملة لا تكتفي بإدارة الأزمات، بل تسعى إلى معالجة جذورها وتعزيز منطق التنمية والشراكة، سعياً لبناء سلام واستقرار طويلي الأمد في بيئة إقليمية ودولية شديدة السيولة. وفي موازاة ذلك أفضت تقلبات أسواق الطاقة واضطرابات سلاسل الإمداد إلى تعميق حالة عدم اليقين التي تخيم على الاقتصاد العالمي. وفي هذا السياق نشهد تسارع الثورة التكنولوجية بقيادة الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة، بما تحمله من إمكانات هائلة وفرص كبيرة، لكنها أيضاً تغذي سباقاً محموماً للاحتكار أو الاحتكار المعرفة والتحكم في مساراتها، الأمر الذي يؤكد بدوره أن السباق نحو الريادة التقنية أصبح أهم ميادين التنافس بين الدول. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، وسط كل هذه القضايا والتحولات تواصل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بقيادة سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان حفظه الله ترسيخ نهجها الثابت في العمل الدبلوماسي والإنساني، بوصفها شريكاً ولاعباً مهماً وموثوقاً في الساحة الدولية، وهو ما تجسد بالفعل في العديد من المبادرات الفاعلة التي بذلتها الدولة، وكان أبرزها مؤخراً مساهمة دولة الإمارات في تحقيق السلام بين أرمينيا وأذربيجان من خلال استضافتها في يوليو 2025 اللقاء التاريخي بين فخامة رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان ومعالي رئيس وزراء جمهورية أرمينيا، وهو اللقاء لا شك الذي مهد الطريق نحو التواصل لاتفاق السلام بين البلدين بواشنطن. وكذلك جهود الوساطة التي بذلتها في النزاع في أوكرانيا والتي تكللت في نجاح عمليات تبادل الأسرى بين الجانبين الروسي والأوكراني. كما حافظت الدولة على نهجها الإنساني في تقديم المساعدات الخارجية لمختلف شعوب العالم على مر السنوات دون تمييز أو تفرقة، لما كان له من عظيم الأثر في تخفيف تداعيات الأزمات ودعم التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في العديد من الدول. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، إن دولة الإمارات ليست مرهونة بال50 عام الماضية. دولة الإمارات ليست مرهونة بال50 عام الماضية، وإنما أرضاً كانت وستظل محطاً للتواصل الحضاري والتبادل التجاري، وهو ما جعلنا نتيمن بهيلي لكونها شاهداً على هذه الأرض. نحن هنا اليوم لنظرة مستقبلية، نحن هنا اليوم للتعاون البناء، فتشخيص الحالة لا يعني الإغراق فيها، وإنما لوضع حلول مستقبلية نحن في مسيس الحاجة لها لمستقبل الأجيال القادمة. الحضور الكريم، من غير فريق العمل لا يمكن العمل، ومن هنا فريقنا في مركز الإمارات الدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية، فريقنا من أكاديمية أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية، من القلب شكراً لكم، وشكراً لحضورنا الكريم الذين شرفونا بحضورهم لمنتدى هيلي، والذي سيبقى على الدوام نافذة للجميع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادتكم على هذه الكلمة. أما الآن فندعو سعادة نيكولاي ملادينوف، مدير عام أكاديمية أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية، إلى إلقاء كلمتها الترحيبية.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Nikolai Mladenov, the Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, to deliver his opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends of the Hili Forum, thank you very, very much for being here for the second time in Abu Dhabi to this quite distinguished gathering that we've managed to put together with our excellent partners in the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies. Last year when we convened for the first time, the theme was emerging global disorder. We recognized that the post-Cold War order was fragmenting, that the assumptions that had guided global politics, economics, and technology for a very long period of time were eroding. We asked ourselves a year ago, how do we redefine, reshape, and rebuild amongst such profound uncertainty? 1 year later, the world, unfortunately, has not grown calmer. If anything, it has grown sharper in its divisions, more fragile in its connections. The disorder of which we spoke last year is no longer emerging, it is here. From the continuing war in Ukraine to the devastation in Gaza, from the great power confrontations to the instability of parts of Africa, from the surge of economic protectionism to the widening gulf between high-tech haves and have-nots, the picture is stark indeed. But history, however, reminds us that periods of fracture often serve as catalysts for new forms of cooperation. Even in times of disorder, there lies the potential for innovative collaboration. Those understandings actually shape the themes for this year's forum: global reset, trade, tech, and governance. Today, we're confronted by the reality that the world's OS, its operating system, the frameworks that guide trade, that structure power, that enable global cooperation, no longer meet the demands of our age. They cannot keep up with the pace of technological transformation, the intensity of geopolitical competition, or the scale of the shared challenges that our planet faces. We see a reality where great powers jostle, middle powers assert, and non-state actors disrupt. Globalization has fractured, supply chains are being weaponized, and critical minerals securitized. Trade, sadly, no longer flows in neutral waters. It is channeled through the lenses of rivalry and resilience. All this against a backdrop of breathtaking technological acceleration that is reshaping power, wealth, and our identity faster than governments or societies can adjust. If this is the state of the world today, then the obvious question before us, how do we prevent a reset from becoming a rupture? For the United Arab Emirates, this question is not abstract. The UAE, though modest in size, stands as a nexus where continents, cultures, and global pathways converge. This unique position is not solely a matter of geography. It is a product of deliberate vision and intentional choice. And today, in an age marked by division, the UAE has deliberately chosen the path of connectivity. While walls rise around the globe, this country stands firm in its belief in building bridges, because the security, prosperity, and future of the UAE, and indeed of the whole region as a whole, are intricately linked to the wider world. This is why we at the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy and our excellent friends and partners at the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research came together to initiate this forum. We named it, as Dr. Sultan spoke earlier, after Hili in Al Ain, a place which has for thousands of years been the crossroads of civilization, where traders, builders, and innovators gathered not to dwell on their fears, but to look at the possibilities of the world. This gathering aims to revive that spirit of Hili. We want to convene a dialogue, create a space where different views can come together. We don't want just to catalog crises. We want to imagine ideas and resets. We don't want to despair over disorder, but to test ideas for new arrangements. This year's program will take us deep into the questions that matter most. How do we navigate great power rivalry without sleepwalking into confrontation? Can we design geoeconomic frameworks that are resilient, yet open, competitive, and inclusive? How do we govern technologies whose place exceeds politics and whose risks may outstrip even our imagination? The danger we face today, ladies and gentlemen, is not simply conflict. It is the danger of paralysis. It is the danger of the temptation to cling to old frameworks in the hope that they will hold. But reset requires courage. It requires us to ask uncomfortable questions and to propose audacious answers. Welcome to the second edition of the Hili Forum. Thank you.
نشكر سعادتكم، والآن نستمع إلى كلمة رئيسية لمعالي عبد الله بن طوق المري وزير الاقتصاد والسياحة، فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We would now like to welcome His Excellency Abdullah bin Touq al-Marri, UAE Minister of Economy and Trade, to deliver his, the forum's keynote address. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to stand before you at the second edition of the Hili Forum under the powerful and timely theme, Global Reset, Trade, Tech, and Governance. In a world where economic realignment, technological disruption, and shifting geopolitical dynamics are reshaping the global order, our collective task, very clear: to build resilient and sustainable futures, because our fate as human is interconnected. Before I start, I'd like to thank Dr. Sultan al-Naimi, the Director General of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research, and Mr. Nikolai Mladenov, Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, for their kind invitation. And as a Minister of Economy and Tourism of the UAE, I'm particularly pleased to see the forum convening at this pivotal moment, a place where diplomacy intersects with economic transformation. In my speech, I have 3 parts. Part number 1, I'll speak about the global disruption landscape and how the UAE is responding. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at a profound moment. Global political and economical shifts, wars, geopolitical conflicts, tariff wars, trade tensions, climate crisis, rising debt levels, and eroded public trust in governments around the world. Amid this somewhat bleak picture, the UAE stands as a beacon of prosperity and stability. As Reuters polls of economists projects that the UAE economy will grow by 4.5% in 2025, placing us ahead of all regional peers, and thanks to prudent fiscal strategies, strong non-oil diversification, and continuous structural reforms. Our central bank aligns with that as well, with the outlook places the 2025 growth at a roughly 4.4%, fueled by both hydrocarbon resilience and robust momentum across various sectors such as industrial manufacturing, tourism, of course, transport, and a digital economy. And the UAE non-oil trade is performing exceptionally well, with export in the first half of 2025 reaching record high of 370 billion dirhams and contributing significantly towards the economy and towards the diversification agenda. At the same time, our non-oil private sector continues to grow, and our non-oil firms' level of business confidence remains relatively positive. In August, the PMI remained healthy at 53.3, albeit with a slight slowdown in new orders, reflective of global uncertainty and supply chain pressures. These numbers, taken together, show a UAE economy that is resilient, dynamic, adaptive in the face of global headwinds, underscoring the diversification in just the plan of it, but delivering results. From 2021 to 2024, our economy recorded a yearly average growth of 4.9%. Non-oil GDP performed exceptionally well, growing at 6.4% on average year on year on the same period. In this regard, I would like to stress that the government continues to actively pursue strategic plans, policies amid attracting foreign investment, fostering innovation, promoting key non-oil sectors in line with key national initiatives under the UAE 2031. Our openness to global capital is bearing fruit with steady inflation, prudent fiscal policy, sizable external buffers, and credit ratings holding at an investment grade. Investor confidence remains intact. Foreign direct investment inflows continue to break records year on year. In 2024, they rose nearly 50% to $45.6 billion, securing the country's spot among the top 10 global recipients of FDI. Greenfield investments, in turn, continue to diversify our economic base. At the same time, Make It in the Emirates campaign, embedded with Operation 300 billion, is scaling up domestic manufacturing with a target of increasing industrial GDP contribution to 133 billion, from 133 billion to 300 billion in 2031. From an energy transition and climate resilience, economic diplomacy today extends beyond trade and investment and into energy and climate. We are tipping renewable capacity. We are part of the Energy Strategy 2050 and net zero commitments, and the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park and the Baraka Nuclear Plant companies, and companies like Mazda and others as well, is pioneering the agenda. On the geopolitical and technological partnerships, our economic diplomacy also extends into tech, strategic partnership, and the UAE is moving from being a smart consumer of technology to an enabler and a producer of high-tech and artificial intelligence. Recent agreements that we have seen in the United States, including the $200 billion AI campus and expanded chip access, reinforce our commitment to future-ready infrastructure and ensure the UAE remains a relevant player in the global economy. My last part is on the economic diplomacy in practice, the UAE role as a global nexus. The UAE follows a holistic approach to diplomacy that aims to bridge gaps, build sustained confidence among parties. And if we read the economic principle of the UAE, adopted back by the government in 2023, it becomes clear that economic diplomacy lies at the very core of our economic strategy. The first principle states, an economy open to the world without restrictions, which envisions a free and outward-looking model that builds economic bridges with all partners, provides an attractive environment for investment. As a nexus of commerce, culture, and connectivity, the UAE continues to forge global partnerships from Africa to Asia, Europe to the Americas. Our economy and institutions are not merely recipients of capital, but builders of collaboration and trust. Our participation in international and regional forums is a testament to this conviction. Foreign assistance remains another cornerstone of the UAE economic diplomacy, and the UAE has provided significant economic and humanitarian aid to developing countries, and continues to rank among the world's largest donors in many fields. We are also expanding the narrative of diplomacy beyond traditional relations to embrace climate, technology, AI, tourism, and culture as co-equal actors in shaping geopolitical and economic networks. In conclusion, there is a strategic call to forge a new economic order. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude my remarks by delivering a simple message. Global uncertainty requires agile strategies. As we stand at the crossroad of global reset, we are constructing an economy where government, business, and people don't just coexist, but they cooperate. Where foreign capital funds innovation, not dependency. Where climate strategy is as central as commerce, and where global disruption becomes a catalyst for advancements. As the UAE economic diplomacy is playing a vital role in achieving these objectives, I invite you, all of you, government officials, investors, thought leaders, innovators, to partner with us to shape prosperous and sustainable economy here at home and a balanced future ready for the world. Thank you very much.
نشكر معالي عبدالله بن طوق المري، وندعو معالي لانا نسيبة مساعدة سمو وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية لإلقاء كلمتها الخاصة فلتتفضل معاليها مشكورة.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now welcome Her Excellency Lana Nusseibeh, UAE's Assistant Minister for Political Affairs, to deliver this forum's special address.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone, colleagues, excellencies. Thank you for inviting me to address you today. And I'd also like to add my thanks to the co-organizers of the Hili Forum, the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, and the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research for aptly choosing a theme and topic, as you've heard in the opening remarks, that matches the nature of the great challenges policymakers are facing across the globe as we meet here today in Abu Dhabi. I'm addressing an audience today who already appreciate that the assumptions that once defined the international system are gone. For many, the temptation without those guardrails may be to resort to inertia. In uncertain times, doing nothing may seem safer than the risk of choosing wrongly. Today, I'd like to tell you that that is an illusion. In today's world, standing still does not offer safety. It invites exposure and decisions being made on your behalf. So to continue making that vital contribution for those of us privileged to serve our countries, we need to keep moving forward, perhaps at a faster pace than ever before, to deliver to our people and hold together a continued sense of purpose in our global order. Today, institutions are weak and rules are broken. Leadership is highly personality-driven. Yet the enduring truth is that our fate remains tied to others all the same. And history tells us that if we do not correct course, we will face a collective reckoning. Therefore, the theme of our gathering, Global Reset, aptly captures a moment in which the post-war order is being transformed by profound shifts, reshaping each of its domains, as you've heard again in the keynote speech just now. Yes, globalization lifted billions out of poverty, but it also bound together trade, politics, and security in a unique way in human history. Many of us came of age in a world with the belief that the linking of safety and prosperity of states through deeper and systematic integration would promote a stable and cooperative peace. The binding meant that disruption in one area could swiftly unsettle others, just as progress in one could reinforce the rest. To mitigate the risks and amplify the gains, strong institutions of global governance, underpinned by widely upheld rules, were intended to manage these crises and enable the cooperation. That binding has been ruptured at a rapid pace over the past 2 years. Allow me, therefore, today, overlaying the keynote speech of the economics, to demonstrate to you how the UAE looks at this approach in an unsettled global landscape through the geopolitics. And I think the key themes that were outlined in the opening remarks of optimism and pragmatic courage run through how we look at our foreign policy as well. We do need to learn these lessons from each other, and I hope that the next few days we can continue to share those best practices. So for the leadership of the UAE, the primary measure of the success of our foreign policy is simple: whether or not it delivers for the people of the UAE. Does it protect their security? Does it safeguard their prosperity? Does it enable their aspirations? To answer each of these questions in the affirmative against the backdrop of a regional and a world in flux, we must, above all else, invest in our resilience. For us, this means being able to operate with flexibility amid global fragmentation. We have long rejected the notion that states in our region can be built securely on the basis of a zealous ideology. Instead, we have to identify points of exposure and opportunity, deploy our resources deliberately, and build systems that can withstand shock without requiring absolute certainty. Let me turn to our region, one that we all believe is one of great potential, one of vibrancy, one of hope, to show how these ideas guide our diplomacy through so much volatility. I'll start with one of our fundamental beliefs that is top of mind for many people in this room today, and that is that the future of Palestine continues to be the cornerstone of a peaceful future for the Middle East. 5 years ago, when the UAE signed the Abraham Accords, it was not simply a diplomatic act or a bilateral relationship with the State of Israel. It was a statement of belief that mistrust can give way to coexistence, and that the children of the region deserve a future different from our past, one predicated on the full integration of Israel in our region and the creation of an independent state of Palestine. Today, those hopes are being tested. Annexation by Israel of Palestinian land, if pursued, would not only close the door to peace and integration, it would betray the very spirit of the Abraham Accords. For the UAE, this is not a matter of politics alone. It is a matter of principle, and it is a matter of peace for our region. It is also a red line. We always knew that there was an inherent risk that extremists would seek to overturn the vision of the Abraham Accords. That is what happened when Hamas's terror attack on Israel on October 7th and Israel's horrific war in Gaza exploded the risk of radicalization and instability in the region. For all of our sakes, we need to build something better and more durable out of the ashes. We mobilized a humanitarian response. We affirmed in the UAE an uncompromising stance against extremism, be it the nihilism of Hamas or the annexation ambitions in Israel's far right flank. And we worked with regional and international partners to preserve the only horizon that can deliver lasting stability, a negotiated two-state solution. And let me be unequivocal. Only a renewed, robust, and collective pursuit of peace can prevent this war from condemning both Palestinians and Israelis to unending grief. Colleagues, Gaza is not the only fault line in the region. Across the Middle East, instability and opportunity sit side by side. The Gulf is another. Iran's nuclear program has long unsettled our region's security. Unaddressed, it risks a dangerous confrontation, as the strikes on Iranian facilities earlier this summer made painfully clear. That moment should have underscored the urgency of diplomacy. For force may delay a danger, but it cannot resolve it. The UAE has consistently engaged partners to contain the crisis, to advocate for negotiations, and to advance the case for a regional security framework that includes all stakeholders in the region. Our conviction is simple. No order endures through confrontation. No system survives on exclusion. And no peace is secured through aggression. We seek in the UAE a region at peace with itself and with the rest of the world. Beyond our region, the return of great power competition also portends exposure and opportunity. The rivalry among major powers has weakened institutions, disrupted trade, and eroded the rules that once offered predictability. But it has also created meaningful opportunities. New diverse partnerships, elevating regional priorities, and for securing tangible commitments in return for constructive engagement. We've acted accordingly to this changing environment. In our view, multipolarity is not a risk simply to be managed. It's a reality to be navigated deliberately, pragmatically, and without rigid alignment. Our diplomacy has therefore widened in scope. We've preserved and deepened historical bonds with the United States and Europe while expanding cooperation across Asia and Africa. We've participated in new platforms of coordination while continuing to support established institutions at the heart of the international order. We've engaged with emerging multilateral platforms like BRICS Plus and regional and global integration initiatives like the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And we continuously look for ways to partner with like-minded countries on rules-based trade liberalization. We've also continued to support traditional fora, like the UN and G20. These aren't contradictions. They are, in fact, complementary opportunities to bridge divides and facilitate global cooperation. This bridge building does not stop at the region's borders. In the Russia-Ukraine war, we have mediated the exchange of over 4,600 prisoners since the conflict began, which we see as proof that dialogue is possible even where mistrust runs deepest. We support all efforts to end that conflict with full respect for the UN Charter and international law. In Sudan, we continue to work with regional and international partners to press for a permanent ceasefire, humanitarian access, and a civilian-led government. Our aid, nearly $4 billion over the last decade, reflects not only solidarity, but also a conviction that the Sudanese people deserve a future free from war. We believe that this devastating civil war must stop and that neither of the warlords have a place in Sudan's future. From Gaza to Khartoum, from Kyiv to Damascus, the UAE's approach in foreign policy is consistent. Act with principle, engage with all, and work tirelessly to turn conflict into coexistence. For us, it's a strategy by design to keep our country secure, to widen the avenues of prosperity, and to give our people confidence in the future. Colleagues, I spoke at the beginning of weak institutions and broken rules and how the UAE reinforces its resilience through its response to crises in Gaza, to instability in the Gulf, and to the turbulence of great power rivalry. Each of these examples has shown how we seek to contain risk, find opportunity, and build systems that can absorb shocks. But there is a wider point. Our approach at the national level carries consequences for the international system. When we safeguard our own security, prosperity, and aspirations, we also contribute to the repair of the global fabric. Take Gaza. The UAE is the largest bilateral donor to the people of Gaza. We've delivered 44% of all humanitarian aid to the Strip and have evacuated almost 3,000 critically ill patients and their companions from that hellscape for treatment in the UAE. Our humanitarian work, insistence on a political horizon, and rejection of extremism of all stripes are acts of national interest, yes, but they reinforce the global commitment to human dignity, to coexistence, and to peace. Consider Iran's nuclear program. By pressing for negotiations, we are not acting just to protect the Gulf from confrontation. We are also helping to sustain the non-proliferation regime. For decades, countries from Lebanon to Yemen, Libya, Syria have been plagued by the insidious influence of non-state actors, often backed by outside powers. In backing better governance and strengthening state structures, we both address urgent humanitarian needs, but buttress also regional stability. Our ultimate goal is the full integration of these countries in a regional pact that delivers benefits to its people, far beyond the meager spoils of proxy conflicts. So in our view, there is a choice before us. For the UAE, it is our belief, and we hope it is one that others share. It is time for this region to reforge a new social contract with our people, where the tent is large enough for all of us to come together around these shared core values. Navigating great power competition, our strategy of breadth and balance does more than safeguard Emirati interests. It helps keep multilateral cooperation alive, even when it is under strain. This is how national resilience translates into global repair. It does not wait for perfect rules or the reemergence of strong institutions. It acts to uphold principles, demonstrates alternatives, and keeps alive the possibility of order. Repairing order requires us to rethink trade, technology, and governance together. That is why the theme of this year's Hili Forum, in fact, speaks directly to this geopolitical challenge. How do we get there? There's no one answer. Trade routes and supply chains are no longer neutral corridors. They are contested spaces, vulnerable to coercion and decisive for security. And as you've heard in earlier speeches, for the UAE, this is tangible. We recognize that great power competition in this space introduces constraints. Our response is to face them directly, safeguarding infrastructure, setting clear parameters for cooperation, and adapting when needed. And governance, whether of conflicts, markets, or digital systems, determines whether global competition ends in cooperation or conflict. The UAE's hosting of COP28 proved governance is decisive. Global challenges cannot be tackled by any state alone. A related message emerged from Expo 2020 in Dubai. Convening governments, companies, and communities showed cooperation remains possible even on the hardest issues. By creating spaces where rules can be updated and trust renewed, we keep multilateralism alive when the strain is greatest. The global reset, therefore, is not about facing geopolitics and forcing it back into its box, but about acknowledging that it now runs through every single domain. For the UAE, resilience is how we navigate it, containing risks, creating openings, and shaping systems strong enough to hold. That is how we safeguard our people's security, expand their prosperity, and enable their aspirations. And that is how, together, we can repair the rules and institutions on which a more stable order depends. Thank you.
نشكر معاليكم على هذه الكلمة. وتعقد الآن الجلسة الرئيسية الأولى بعنوان تحولات جيوسياسية الواقع الجديد، التي يشارك فيها كل من سعادة البارونة كاثرين أشتون نائبة رئيس المفوضية الأوروبية سابقاً في المملكة المتحدة، وسعادة السفير مارتا بارسينا كوكيه السفيرة السابقة للمكسيك لدى الولايات المتحدة، وسعادة السفير نافتيج سارنا السفير السابق للهند لدى الولايات المتحدة، وسعادة السفير وليلي نهلابو السفير السابق لجنوب أفريقيا لدى الولايات المتحدة. ويدير الجلسة سعادة نيكولاي ملادينوف مدير عام أكاديمية أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now start our first plenary session titled Geopolitical Disruptions, New Normal, with the Right Honourable Baroness Catherine Ashton, former Vice President of the European Commission, Her Excellency Marta Bárcena Coque, former Mexican Ambassador to the United States, His Excellency Naftij Sarna, India's former Ambassador to the United States, and His Excellency Walili Lapo, former South African Ambassador to the United States. And moderating this session is His Excellency Nikolai Mladenov, the Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy.
Thank you again. Thank you everyone for being here with us this morning to the second edition of the Hili Forum. And after the opening speeches and remarks, let's proceed with the rest of day one. I'm very, very excited to be able to moderate the first panel here with an excellent group that we intentionally wanted to bring together the world here at Hili in Abu Dhabi, with perspectives from Europe, from Latin America, from India, and from Africa. You know, much has been said about the state of the world and its divisions and its fragility already. But if we look at the world region by region, we all see that things are changing in different ways everywhere. In Europe, we have the challenge of the war in Ukraine, which has really shattered the assumptions about peace and security for the European continent, something that has been quite dramatic both for the institutions of the European Union and for its member states, but something that the rest of the world has often seen as a reality that other parts of the globe have lived with for a long time: war and conflict. In the Middle East, the devastation in Gaza and the shifting alliances remind us of the fragility of the world that we're entering. We look to Latin America, where we see a region that needs to somehow balance its relationships with the new emerging powers around the world, together with its long-standing relationship with the United States. In Asia, we see a rivalry that brings new powers to the front and perhaps may actually be quite decisive for the fate of the rest of the world. And last but not least, in Africa, we see parts with great instability, coups and problems, but yet we also see great hope and innovation in other parts of this massive continent that inspire us for everyone to look forward to the future. So, as we delve into what is the new normal that we are dealing with today, I just want to remind our audience that you will be seeing popping up on the screen somewhere in front of you a QR code. That QR code allows you to log on to our platform and pose questions for our panelists. And those who don't want to pose questions for our panelists are also encouraged to log on to the platform and vote for the questions they like or dislike. And based on their vote, we will also try to integrate them into the discussions today, for which I believe I will need the decisive iPad, but I'm sure somebody will bring that to me today. So, Cathy Ashton, ambassadors, thank you very, very much for being here with us today. And if I may open with a very broad question to all of us. What, from your perspective, defines the new normal of the world that we live in? Cathy, perhaps I can start with you.
Thank you. Nikolai, just to say it's wonderful to be here and to thank everyone for the organization. I want to say to the Minister that was one of the greatest foreign policy speeches I've heard in a long time. Very thoughtful, and thank you so much because you've given us a lot to consider. And to say to you, because I never get the chance to do this, how lucky the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy is to have you, Nikolai. You were a brilliant foreign minister, a brilliant colleague in the European Union, worked tirelessly with the UN in this region, and now look at what you're achieving already through the Academy. So I never get a chance, so I wanted to do that. The thing is, it's very difficult to imagine that what we have before us is what you might describe as normal. As the Minister rightly said, this is about finding ways to be resilient in a situation where the world is in flux, where the great power rivalry, the changes have been dramatic, and where countries, regions, and in a sense a global order is trying to work out how to manage as it goes forward. It feels to me more of a transition than a normality, that we're beginning to move forward into a new order which needs to take into account the issues that we have not addressed. whether that is in terms of the structures that we have, about how the UN works, how the Security Council works, about recognition that economics have changed, politics have changed, that regions have changed, and that you have a growing understanding that the dynamics in the world are not what they were in 1947, 1951. They have changed forever. And so it's how you build a robust global order that allows for the kind of technological changes, economic changes, the capacity to have good ability to be able to trade and work together in a system that was designed for a different time, and how you build now a new set of structures that people can rely on in order to protect them as individuals, as people, and how they themselves will be able to live in a world where, frankly, everybody wants the same thing. They want to be safe, secure, educated, to live well, to see their children grow and have opportunity. It's universal, and it's those universal issues that remain the same. So for me, this is about transition, not normal.
Great, thank you, Kathy. That's a great way to start the conversation. Ambassador Bassey, you've served in Washington, you've served in Europe, you've negotiated quite a lot in trade deals. Kathy looks at the world as one in transition. Do you think it's transition, or is it permanent, what we're facing now?
I would agree that we are in a transition moment, but at the same time, I don't see it exactly going forward for a future. In some proposals, it seems to be going backwards, but even to the 19th century. And why do I say this? Because we are seeing a misunderstood and radical nationalism in many countries, in which there is a rejection of the other. Instead of cooperation, we are seeing this nationalism and this almost autarky, and a concept of sovereignty as autarky, not a sovereignty as a capacity to negotiate with the other for a common good. On the other side, if we analyze some of the what is going on in trade, we are seeing a rejection of the international regime trade that was established after the Second World War, and that was based, as Assistant Minister Nusseibeh said, trade and economic development will empower security and democracy and more cooperation. And what we're seeing now is an abandonment of this international trade regime towards a mercantilism that characterized the 19th century, in which national objectives prevail over global objectives, in which instead of consensus is unilateralism in evaluation and imposition. And then we have the law of the strongest instead of the needs of everyone. And that is what I see the failure of this, if we call it transition to a new international trade regime. Because if it's not based on the needs and the aspirations of all the 195 countries of the UN, then it cannot survive. If it's only the law of the strongest, it will not be able to survive. Then we see, of course, this power competition. In Latin America and the Caribbean is pretty obvious. Now, Mexico is now the first trading partner of the US. The US imports 16% of all their imports from Mexico. The trade between Mexico and the US almost reaches $1 trillion US dollars a year, with a superávit for Mexico. But if you go through the rest of Latin America, now the main trading partner is China, and also the main investors in ports and infrastructure and in rare minerals. So we are seeing a very deeply divided Latin America in regarding on what should be the economic model, based on state participation on a private sector. What is the attitude towards democracy, towards human rights, towards a relationship with other countries? And we see at the same time that we are having problems to address, we're having challenges to address the common problems in the region, which are inequality, poverty, organized crime, justice, and the rule of law. So we know, we can identify the challenges. What we don't have now is the institutions and the will to cooperate. And then you see the Western Hemisphere, as is it called in the US, with the North American region more integrated, US, Mexico, and Canada, but not integrated with the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have this challenge to go forward, and I personally think that it's not only the relationship of Mexico and Latin America with the US, but also the relationship among us, with Mexico and Brazil being the two poles of the stability of Latin America. So it is easier to identify the challenges than to find a process for the transition. But I would reject that in this moment we are in a new normal. I think we should not accept some of the premises that we are seeing now, but we should aim for resilience and for increasing global cooperation and for a continuous dialogue.
Great. Excellent, thank you so much. Kathy spoke of this as a transition. You added the element of, that some of it actually might be going backwards and rejected its permanent nature. Ambassador Sarna, I'm sure that from an Indian perspective, going back to the 19th century is not the best idea for the future. How do you see this new normal? Do you see it as just a return to old practices, or are there new actors that can actually shape it in a much better way?
Thank you very much, Nikolai, and great pleasure, great honor to be invited to this forum. I think both the previous speakers have made very valid arguments. I would simply say that at one level, the new normal, what we are considering today the new normal, is essentially 4 T's. It's Trumps, tweets, tariffs, and tantrums. But if you take it above to another...
Sorry, can you say that again? I want to remember it. Trump, tweets,
I write it down
tariffs, and tantrums.
That's right. Because a lot of what is emanating as a new normal is just a sense of unpredictability. Mm-hmm. And that sense of unpredictability is absolutely all-pervasive. It's cutting across regions, it's cutting across objectives, it's cutting across cooperation. And that essentially is why we are talking about the new normal today. In fact, some people have argued that this is not the new normal. What we are going to is what was normal. Only the post-World War II situation that was carved out, what was broadly known as the liberal, rule-based international order, and there are arguments that it was only international and not the other two, that was an abnormality. And countries go back to the original state of conflict, competition, confrontation, and less of cooperation. It's unfortunate, but that's one level of thinking. What is today for us the new normal is, besides the unpredictability of our relationship introduced recently by President Trump's 50% tariffs, is also the fact that we are at the heart of the geopolitical confrontation between US and China. And, we have to deal with it, and possibly we can discuss that later. The second aspect of the new normal that is really striking for a country like India, and I'm sure many other countries, is the absolute absence of anything coming out of multilateral institutions. The traditional source of our strength and recognition and collective action is no longer functional. In fact, the UN itself has announced a 20% cut in spending across all its units and all its activity, because they themselves are uncertain whether they are relevant anymore. What is the new normal is a complete disregard for international law. So it's again, politics trumps humanitarian law, politics trumps, and I mean trumps, economics. There is also the new normal of technological disruption. So I'm not sure that any or all of these are going to be reversed back. We still have this wishful thinking that someday there will be a reset, and we'll see it all as a disturbing dream, and we'll wake up and everything will be in its place. I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't think we know where this is taking us. So people describe it as we are adrift on an ocean. We don't know where we are going. We don't know if there is going to be a new order. Because the new order may simply be conflict. There is a rising number of tension spots and hotspots around the world. And is there anybody or any forum or any statesman-like leadership across the world which is going to pull us back from the brink and take us back there? So I'm afraid it's a new normal, but it's constantly evolving. It's evolving day to day, so we can't really set down 10 points and say this is going to be the new normal, because by the time you finish, there'll be something else.
Yeah. It feels like something we just need to adjust to and deal with for this period of time.
I think you have to deal with it day to day, country to country, region to region. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to this. I mean, what Latin America does and what Europe does will be in their context. What India does, we can't even say South Asia because we are not really that kind of an integrated region. So what India does is very different from the Middle East, what the Middle East will do.
Thank you.
So I think each one of us will have to find a way of dealing with this thing. And the only thing that's certain is that it's uncertain.
Great, thank you. Ambassador, you have a lot of experience both on the national security side of things as well as the foreign policy side from a South African perspective. Do you, if you look at the world as it has been just described, it doesn't look very promising, right? Where would you like the new world order, if I can use that term, to be? How would you like to see it so that it addresses some of the challenges that our previous speakers have outlined?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to participate in this forum. And I would like to extend my greetings to fellow panelists and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think the question you're asking is a very pertinent one for us in Africa and, of course, my country, South Africa, as we have indicated. Yes, new normal defined by who? And what becomes new? From our perspective, given our history of colonialism and the struggles for national liberation and independence, and the disruption of the emerging states at the time of independence because of the Cold War. And when in 1990, a new reality, 1989, a new reality set in, the continent of Africa through the African Organization of African Unity committed itself to adjust, to adapt to the new realities of what we were promised to be a new world order that had emerged out of the Cold War. Now, Africa was one of the worst devastated from the time of the Cold War. As I'm saying, that the state that was emerging was never allowed to have its full potential. And we're therefore pushed to a position where also our own independence never really met its full potential, and was still at that point today. A very rich continent, but very poor populations. It's a very serious contradiction, and it explains what happened. So in 1990, we adjusted, committed ourselves to the new norms that were being established in terms of how the international new order was going to come. We welcomed that, made the necessary adjustments, dealt with all the challenges that we were faced with, created new institutions on the continent to adjust and deal with this new reality. But it has not taken us anywhere that much. Now, when we talk of the new normal, then the features of this new normal is one of the issues that we need to address. So what is it that it positions us or imposes on us as Africans to adjust to? What is it that will be new, that will bring hope to our people? Now, climate change is not one of the issues that we have to look at and see how best we are going to be able to adjust to that, because it fuels some of the conflicts that we're having in the continent. Your opening remarks, one of the things you said about Africa, you talked about instability. Instability brought about by what? A number of factors. These are the issues that we'll have to address. The question of coups, we thought we had addressed that in the manner in which the decisions we took in 1999 on unconstitutional takeover of government, and subsequently some of the adjustments that we had to make. But we're not out of the woods yet. We've got new forms of unconstitutional forms of government which we have to adjust to and find ways of dealing with. New conflicts or forms of instability in terms of asymmetrical warfare that is taking place in the continent. Insurgencies that we are seeing all over the show, and some of the issues that have been earlier referred to, like what is happening in the Sudan, in the Sahel, in our own region, in the Horn of Africa. These are the issues that we have to deal with. So we have to start reflecting, as we have done even sometime last week, to look at our own peace and security architecture as to whether it is still fit for purpose and it responds to the current challenges and needs in terms of the changes even in warfare and the landscape of the conflicts that we're faced with. But additionally, we also have to look at how we relate to the United Nations, particularly the Security Council. All the conflicts that are taking place in Africa dominate the agenda of the Security Council. But as a continent, we are not integrated in a manner in which you can effectively make a contribution in what happens in finding the solutions to our continent. Even the attempts to establish cooperation between the United Nations and the Peace and Security Council, the AU, has not yet materialized. So there's a lot of things that we'll need to do. For us, the new normal will be judged on the basis of whether, from the time of colonialism through the Cold War, and what we have experienced in this unipolar world, whether the emerging multipolar world has bring about any promises. And we're prepared this time not to be shaped by events, but to contribute towards shaping the world in which we can live. and how to ensure that even our mineral resources that are becoming a source of the problems that we're facing, the relationships that we have with the rest of the world, is something that we'll have to take very seriously.
Great. I want to get back to your point about the preparedness for the future and what Africa needs to have more agency in the world order of the future. But just before that, I'd like to go briefly back to our speakers. With Kathy, you spoke of this transition, and part of this transition is inevitably defined by the war in Ukraine. And that war has reshaped Europe's security posture, to speak very broadly. But it has also, I think, reshaped Europe's role in the world. Can you speak a little bit more to how you see Europe's role in the world given the situation that is faced in Ukraine now?
So I think we need to be careful. I'm just looking at the results where it's talking about permanent and temporary.
I've just noticed it as well.
Because this is not about temporary, this is about transition. And Europe needs to become more resilient in two particular ways. The first is, as Europe collaborating together. We have the European Union. My country took the decision to leave the EU, but it did not leave Europe. And there's a need to make sure that European nations recognize that as a continent and as a group of countries, they have huge responsibilities internally to address not just the economic challenges that many countries are facing, but the national security and defense challenges. And you see that translated in very simplistic ways with, we'll all spend up to 5% of GDP and so on. But underneath the figures has got to be a recognition that you need to work together. And as you and I know well, the EU is good at that in some ways and less good in others. And I think increasingly it's finding it really difficult to work together. So that's the first part of it. And then I think secondly, it's an understanding that when I think of this transition, it's as if somebody has thrown all the pieces up in the air and we don't quite know what the structure's going to look like when they land. And that's our job. Our job is to make sure when the pieces do land, it's a structure that is different, but is going to provide for the people of the world, but especially in each country, the people of those nations. And it's going to continue to develop the way in which we want to live in ways that we understand. For some countries, that's about elected governments. For others, it's about monarchies. For others, it's about systems of government that work for the people that they choose to serve. And it's about the dignity of the human spirit. It's about providing for people in the best possible way. So the second part of what happens for Europe is what is the world it wants to live in when this war is finally done. And one final and most important element is the support for the sovereignty and integrity of a nation under attack, and a recognition that wars do not end with straight lines and with easy solutions. They end with ragged edges and with very difficult decisions and with compromises in the best and worst sense of that word. Compromise is a word that's kind of lost its currency. But there are things that will need to be done. I don't mean compromising with Russia's intentions. I mean with working out how best to provide greater security. And this must be Europe's job within its own continent, within its own landmass, with the support and help of the institutional framework that we finally see when the pieces settle.
Ambassador Bassey, I'm looking also at the poll in the room, and it seems that the vote for now is in favor that this is permanent rather than transitional. So it falls on you to give us more enthusiasm and optimism for the future, to convince our audience that things we're going through are transitional. I hope, can you speak a little bit to how Latin America is dealing with the geopolitical divide in the world, because that is something that I think is quite important for us to look at in terms of lessons from your part of the world. It's China, America, traditional partners, non-traditional partners, the Gulf, the United Arab Emirates coming in more actively in the region. How do you navigate this? Are there any lessons there that you can share that others can use as well?
Well, as I said before, I think to speak about an approach from Latin America to the power competition is not very precise, because we are a deeply divided region, as I said, in approaching the role of state, democracy, organized crime, justice, and the rival power. What we agreed in Latin America is that a model should not be imposed on Latin America, but it is that the same Latin American countries that had to look for a model for the region and for a model for the future. So in that sense, we agree that a key principle for all Latin American countries is the non-intervention. And that principle of non-intervention comes from history. Mexico lost in the 19th century half of its territory to the US, and some other Latin American countries have suffered only also continuous intervention. And what we have learned from history is that intervention and the use of force does not bring necessarily good results. So dealing with this power competition it has this common ground on non-intervention and self-determination, but at the same time, it goes to each country choosing its partners. And for Mexico, it's of course the US, because we share 3,000 kilometers of border, 59 border crossings, 38 million of Mexicans of first, second, or third generation in the US. And now we are the largest with a Hispanic minority, the largest minority in the US. So the answer from Mexico would be different from the answer of Brazil, let's say, or Peru. Having said that, I think I am positive about being a temporary new normal now, because demographics and economics will change profoundly in the next 25 years. Now, in the next 25 years, China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Mexico, South Africa, the Gulf countries, Nigeria will completely change what we know now. We will be much more bigger in demographics, we will be much more bigger in economics, and thus we will need to have a greater voice in shaping this order. And this is something we are forgetting in this minute, because we see only the power competition, US and China, but we are not necessarily seeing that in 25 years this will completely change, or change profoundly. So we have to act with what I think it's an increased dialogue among those so-called middle powers. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, India, and Brazil, Mexico. Either we do it through G20, or we do it with or BRICS, or we do it through new mechanisms for consultation, but we have to do it. And we have to do it with no fear. No fear is key, because sometimes we say, okay, let's do the stand still that Ambassador Nusseibeh was saying. Stand still is not an option. So we have to go forward with no fear. And then what we have to look is promoting tolerance and values, not radical nationalism. Because radical nationalism will not take us anywhere. And I agree with my dear colleague from South African Partnership. The UN is key now. We need the UN reform. And we will have an election of a new Secretary General next year. And we have seen that both in Ukraine, it really shocked me when I was looking to the to the extraordinary session of the UN Security Council when Russia was invading Ukraine, and they were denying it in the Security Council. So what we were looking was the complete paralysis of the UN. Yeah. And this we cannot allow. We have really to push for a new, not a new, but a reform UN which gives voice and that upholds international law. And international law is key for all these middle powers and for all the developing world. If we don't uphold international law, then we will not be able to do this transition.
Great. Thank you for those contributions. Ambassador Sarna, one of the questions that is getting a lot of thumbs up from our audience here, and is something that I wanted to ask you in any case, and that is, do you see in this period of transition the role of middle powers in reshaping global cooperation different? India has been quite active in minilateral arrangements around the world and promoting this role of middle powers. Can you speak a little bit more to how you see that role going forward?
Yes, I think each middle power would act in its own context, as I say again, in the sense that depends where they are in this geopolitical rivalry. You did mention India, and India has a very specific situation. We have been promoting and projecting a policy of what we call strategic autonomy. Some say that this is non-alignment 2.0, but the fact is that in today's world, we want to be able to take our decisions based on our national interests. And towards that end, we have been building relationships with the great powers or the big powers, as well as with different regions, as well as being very active in a plurilateral situation besides the UN. So, you find us part of the Quad. You also find us part of the SCO and BRICS. So I think this is something this is a diplomatic dance in which the space is very, very constrained. It's an increasingly antagonistic place. When the relationships, say, with US and China were quiet, it was easier for us. If US-Russia relationship improves, it becomes easier for us. Otherwise, as you can see, the middle powers can also become the target. The United States says we're putting 50% tariffs on you because you have been buying Russian oil. And therefore, India becomes a victim of the failure to end the war in Ukraine. So the middle powers have a role. They will leverage what strength they can. They will leverage their geography. They will leverage their liaisons and their groupings with other middle powers. So I think the future is looking more, perhaps, I wish the UN could be reformed and revived, but I think the future is going to be more as to, what we call bespoke coalitions of the willing, issue-based coalitions. And there is the rather amorphous concept of the global south, which is a collection of small powers and middle powers. If the global south can get its act together, and it does at times, they have their real concerns, and their biggest concern is that their voice is not being heard in this geopolitical competition and this era of competition. So I would say that, specifically to your question, I think the middle powers can act in concert, and the middle powers can also leverage each one of them for their own situations. But again, it depends upon strength. You cannot leverage without strength. And that strength will have to be built up by each country. And numbers help.
Numbers matter.
Numbers matter. So, if the middle powers do hang around together, it will help. I'm very conscious of the time, so I'm not going to, take more.
Well, numbers matter. They do matter indeed. So, Ambassador Walila, one of the other question that is really exciting our audience, I think, is, where is the reform of the multilateral system going, and how, I would rephrase that question to you to say, how is it from an African perspective, how do you make multilateralism more fair and inclusive going forward? Because Africa has been quite critical of the international rules-based order as being more, as was said earlier, just rules, not fair in the past. So, you have the numbers. You're going to have more of the numbers in the future, because by the end of the century, sub-Saharan Africa will be 4.5 times bigger than China's current population. You have the numbers in terms of resources and the numbers in terms of people. So what would a fair-based rules order look from an African perspective? More of a philosophical question, I suppose.
We were not there when the United Nations was established. We're still under colonial domination. Most of us, most of the African countries. And we're able to find ourselves and define a path, particularly the Bandung Conference, together with all the other countries that were emerging and those that were still under colonialism, to determine a path of survival and development. That's one. But I think for the international system to survive, for the United Nations to survive, there are three pillars of the UN that must make sure that they remain steadfast and do not collapse. That's the three pillars of the Charter. That is peace and security. That's why for us, the question of the United Nations Security Council becomes paramount. Our role and participation in the affairs of that council in a much more meaningful way is one of the things that will continue and insist that the reforms that have happened up to now, because there have been some reforms, are not sufficient. They're not addressing our issues on the continent. So we would want to be part of the decisions that are made there in a manner in which we can participate in shaping the very rules and methods of work of the United Nations, because that's where part of the problem is. And the way it is structured, the role of the P5 versus the rest. All of those things need to be re-examined and adjusted. We have to ensure that that pillar of peace and security, which is the first pillar of the United Nations Charter, is preserved and consolidated. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be difficult, but it has to be done. 2, human rights. There is no way that we can not refocus on that one, because stemming out of that, there are many other issues that we can be able. So institutionally, we have to deal with all the challenges that are related to this, including issues of inequality that and governance that create problems in terms of how things run. So those institutions within the United Nations have to be also strengthened, and the capacity to respond appropriately and effectively to those challenges. Not only in the committee, third commission of the General Assembly, third committee of the General Assembly, but what happens in Geneva. It's very critical for us, because that's where collectively we are able and can be able to reflect and see how best we can deal and strengthen that pillar. The last one is socio-economic transformation. That's a very critical. All these other issues that we've been talking about in terms of areas in which the SDGs and whatever way you look at, we'll have to look at the current processes that are taking place, UN 80, arising of the Pact of the Future, have got some disturbing elements in terms of whether there is a political will to meet the challenges that we can see that will continue to be there. The shift in terms of focus that is currently under debate and which will be debated but towards the end of this month is going to give us an indication as to which direction things are going. The Pact of the Future is have a lot of challenges and problems that we have to arise to in order to ensure that these pillars that I've spoken about can be able to be addressed. For us, multilateralism is one of the systems that without which we cannot move. Of course, as my colleague has said here about the BRICS, the G20, for us, they mean quite a lot, and that's where we have to find a space to enhance cooperation rather than and minimize this conflict that is looming from time to time and the wars that are threatening us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of this panel was to not find definitive answers to any of these questions, but to open them up for the rest of the day and tomorrow. And I suppose what we've just illustrated, that whether it's transition or permanent, the state of the world really depends on, is reflected by the saying, you know, where you stand depends on where you sit. Whether you're in Europe, Latin America, India, or Africa, the world looks quite different. But what brings us, I think, all together is this idea that we are entering a new phase. We don't know where that phase will end. We know we need to do a lot of changes, institutional, to our practices. We need to adapt. And I hope during the rest of the day we will be able to discuss that. So please join me in thanking our panel for opening up these issues for the rest of the conference today.
Thank you, Nikolai.
نشكر جميع المشاركين في الجلسة الرئيسية الأولى ونواصل مع أعمال الجلسة الرئيسية الثانية بعنوان تحولات جيوسياسية الشرق الأوسط، والتي يشارك فيها كل من دولة الدكتور بشر الخصاونة عضو مجلس الأعيان، رئيس وزراء ووزير دفاع الأردن سابقاً، ومعالي الدكتور عبدالله حمدوك رئيس وزراء السودان سابقاً، ومعالي هوشيار زيباري وزير خارجية العراق سابقاً. ويدير الجلسة سعادة الدكتور سلطان محمد النعيمي مدير عام مركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجية.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now start our next plenary session titled Geopolitical Disruptions, Middle East, with His Excellency, Dr. Bashar al-Khassauna, Member of the Senate and former Prime Minister of Jordan, His Excellency, Dr. Abdullah Hamdouk, former Prime Minister of Sudan, His Excellency, Hoshyar Zebari, former Iraqi Minister of Foreign Affairs. Moderating this session is His Excellency Dr. Sultan Mohammed al-Naimi, the Director General of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research. Please note that the upcoming session will be delivered in the Arabic language, so please use the headsets for English translation.
تتناول هذه الجلسة الرئيسية العوامل التي تعيد تشكيل موازين القوى في المنطقة اليوم، وتقدم رؤى معمقة حول مستقبل المنطقة على صعيد الحوكمة والأمن والتعاون الإقليمي.
This plenary session explores how global dynamics are influencing the region. It aims to provide nuanced insights into what lies ahead for governance, security, and regional cooperation.
ايش بنحكي؟ ما خلصوها الجلسة السابقة انه فوضى. ها؟ فوضى.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير، أو بعد لا زال صباح الخير. يسعدنا ويشرفنا اليوم استكمالا للبرنامج منتدى هيلي في جلسته وفي نسخته الثانية. الجلسة الرئيسية اليوم بتكون بعنوان تحولات جيوسياسية في الشرق الأوسط. طبعا يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون في بين كوكبة من معالي الوزراء، وهذا أمر صراحة يعني على يقين أنه سيكون له دفعة كبيرة. معنا دولة الدكتور بشر الخصاونة، عضو مجلس الأعيان ورئيس وزراء ووزير الدفاع الأردن السابق، حياك الله معاليك. معالي الدكتور عبدالله حمدوك، رئيس الوزراء السابق السودان، وأنا أعتقد أن الأسئلة كثيرة بتكون متجاهك معاليك. وكذلك معالي هوشيار زباري، وزير الخارجية الأسبق جمهورية العراق، وحينما نتحدث عن العراق فهناك الكثير من الاهتمامات. الجمهور الكريم، طبعا دائما لما يكون المودريتر موجود فلا بد أن يبدأ بتمهيد لهذه الجلسة، واعتقد أن الصورة التي خلفنا تكفي عن أي كألف كلمة سوف أتحدث عنها فيما يتعلق بالشرق الأوسط. ولكن تذكروا أن هناك جانب مشرق جدا للشرق الأوسط. الجمهور الحضور الكريم، طبعا يهمنا جدا مشاركتكم، ولدينا اليوم كما كان مع معالي وسعادة صديقي نيكولاي، فرأيكم مهم. لدينا استبيان في بعض الأسئلة وأتمنى اختياركم لها. السؤال هو: كيف ترى مستقبل الشرق الأوسط في قادم الأعوام؟ عبر مسح الQR كود سوف تجدون الأسئلة، فيرجى اختيار من هذه الأسئلة. هل سوف يكون مستقر غير مستقر؟ فهو مضطرب أم يكون غير معلوم أم أنه مستقر؟ فلاحقا سوف نعود لذلك. لدي سؤال لن أطرحه الآن، ولكن هناك فقرة أريد أن أطرحها، وأتمنى أن تتذكرون هذه الجملة لاحقا سوف يكون السؤال. هذه العبارة تقول: إلغاء الطائفية السياسية هدف وطني أساسي يقتضي العمل على تحقيقه وفق خطة مرحلية. أكرر لأن السؤال سوف يكون لاحقا. إلغاء الطائفية السياسية هدف وطني أساسي يقتضي العمل على تحقيقه وفق خطة مرحلية، سوف نجيب عليها لاحقا. معالي الدكتور بشر الخصاونة، الأردن حول محيط مضطرب للغاية، هناك الكثير من التعقيدات في المنطقة، نمر بمرحلة تاريخية ومنعطف تاريخي. مواطن هذه الانعطاف التي تراها معاليك؟
دكتور سلطان، أولا الشكر موصول لك ولدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ولمركز الإمارات للدراسات والبحوث، وأيضا لأكاديمية أنور قرقاش على هذه الاستضافة وعلى هذه الدعوة لهذا المنتدى الهام الذي يعقد في نسخته الثانية، وحقيقة في وقت مفصلي. الأردن ليس بجديد عليه أن يتعامل مع الأزمات، وأن يتعامل مع الاضطرابات، وأن يتعامل مع التحديات، وأن يتعامل مع المشاكل، وأن يتأقلم. والأردن تمكن دائما من التأسيس لعناصر منعة قادها جلالة الملك باقتدار على الدوام، وعناصر المنعة هذه ارتكزت أساسا إلى فكرة الإيمان بضرورة تعزيز فكرة الدولة الوطنية في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، التي من خلال تعزيز وقوة هذه الدولة الوطنية تستطيع أن تنهض بمسؤولياتها الإقليمية ومسؤولياتها القومية تجاه قضايا مشتركة وتجاه قضايا عربية مختلفة، ومن ضمنها طبعا الموضوع الفلسطيني والقضية الفلسطينية، ولكن بالأساس عبر التركيز على تنمية وتعزيز أسباب المنع للدولة الوطنية وأسباب التآلف والانصهار المجتمعي الكامل، والتركيز على فكرة أن الدولة تحتكر في الأردن القرارات المصيرية كافة وكاملة، بما فيها قرار السلم وقرار الحرب وقرار التنمية، بأن الدولة بالأردن هي من تحتكر السلاح والقوة والقصر، وبأن الدولة هي الجهة الوحيدة التي تنفذ القانون. وهذا النموذج تبنته المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية عبر مسيرتها كاملة. هذا النموذج جرى في لحظة تاريخية ما تحديه في عام 1970 من قبل بعض الفصائل التي رفعت شعار بأن كل السلطة للفصائل والمقاومة، وتعامل الأردن والجيش العربي والشعب الأردني بمجموعه مع هذا التحدي لمركزية سلطة الدولة وقوة الدولة الوطنية بأن أنهى هذه الظاهرة تماماً. واليوم الأردن يتعامل بمنتهى الشدة والحسم والحزم مجتمعياً وعلى مستوى القيادة وعلى مستوى الشعب الأردني مع أي مظاهر تحاول إعادة إنتاج لعب أدوار من قبل جماعات تبتغي أن تؤدي دور ما دون الدولة وأن تفتئت على مساحات الدولة في احتكار السلاح.
هذا التماسك معاليك في إطار هذه الانعطافات التاريخية، كيف يشاهد الأردن هذا الانعطاف التاريخي في محيطه القريب منه؟
بالتأكيد شاهدنا ونشهد متغيرات أساسية في هذا الإقليم، والجلسة السابقة أشرت وتساءلت إنه هل هذه الانعطافات انعطافات انتقالية أو انعطافات دائمة مؤقتة؟ السؤال اللي طلع مؤقتة هي انتقالية. أنا بتقديري بأننا نعم نشهد مرحلة انعطافات مؤقتة أصابت منطقتنا بشدة في أعقاب 7 أكتوبر وتداعيات وآثار 7 أكتوبر التي وفق تقييمي أنا وتقديري كانت عواقبها بالنتيجة وخيمة وتداعياتها وخيمة حتى على المصالح القومية والمصالح العربية الأساسية. وأيضا شهدنا معها ردات أفعال أنا أعتقد بأنها لليوم تمتحن صلابة النظام الدولي وأخلاقية النظام الدولي والقانون الدولي عبر ما تمارسه إسرائيل من جرائم ممنهجة في الرد على ما جرى في 7 أكتوبر، وهو مدان بكل المقاييس، عربيا أدين، إسلاميا أدين، ولكن ما تقوم به إسرائيل وما قامت به إسرائيل من حالة عدم التناسب بالتعاطي مع ما وقع عليها واعتدائها المستمر وعدوانها على غزة يشكل أيضا امتحان وتحدي لهذا النظام الدولي الذي نشأ عام 1945، وكأن إسرائيل تتمتع بحصانة من انطباق هذا النظام الدولي عليها. اليوم دكتور سلطان أنا بعتقد بأنه اللحظة مواتية للغاية لننتقل إلى التفكير عبر آلية المبادرة وليس الركون والسكون التي أشارت إليها الوزيرة لانا نسيبه، إلى أن نؤسس إلى نظام إقليمي أو هيكل أو هندسة إقليمية شاملة تتضمن مسار سياسي ومسار أمني عسكري ومسار تنموي اقتصادي ومسار لتنمية الموارد البشرية ومسار للتعاطي مع التكنولوجيا وتكنولوجيا العصر الحديث.
أعتقد هنا معاليك المسألة عناصر الانعطاف التاريخي في المنطقة لابد أن لن نغرق فيها ولكن سنشخصها لننتقل لاحقا كما تفضلت معاليك.
وهذا إذا أذنت لي بس أنا بتقديري هذا النظام يجب أن يركز على تعزيز منعة الدولة الوطنية.
هذه النقاط اللي أريد أركز عليها لاحقا معك بعد التشخيص. دكتور عبد الله حمدوك، لما نقول مينا ريجن والشرق الأوسط دائما ما ينظر إلى هذه المنطقة بالإضافة إلى شمال أفريقيا. معاليك حينما ننظر إلى ما يحدث السودان ثم أثيوبيا أرتيريا ثم الصومال وتداخلها مع الضفة الأخرى لشبه الجزيرة العربية، نرى أنه من الصعوبة اختزال هذه المنطقة وإبعادها عن ذلك. هذه التحديات اللي حاصل اليوم في السودان وغيرها من هالمناطق، كيف تجدها خطورتها في تنامي هذه التحديات الأمنية في أفريقيا التي تعاني الكثير من ذلك؟ الميكروفون.
ميكروفون
ممكن تستعمل الميكروفون اللي معك كذا.
ما في الميكروفون.
صوت.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور، والشكر الجزيل لمركز
الصوت ما الميكروفون بس.
مركز الامارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجيه. مش عارف يعني ايه.
تحدث، ممكن تحدث. ممكن تتكلم عليك شوف اذا الصوت.
الو كده مظبوط. طيب شكرا جزيلا دكتور نايمي، والشكر لمركز الامارات للدراسات والبحوث الاستراتيجيه واكاديميه أنور قرقاش الدبلوماسية للدعوة للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى المهم والاكستريملي ريليفنت. الجلسة الافتتاحية أو الجلسة السابقة تناولت بشكل مفصل موضوع الاضطراب الجيوسياسي. أنا شخصيا شايف الاستطلاع الناس مقسومة 60 ل 40، لكن أنا في جانب أنا بتخيل إنه هذا الاضطراب الجيوسياسي هي ما حالة استثنائية، هي أكيد تعبر عن النيو نورمال، وهي معانا حتستمر لفترة من الزمن. لذلك يجب أن نتعامل معها بهذا الفهم ونستعد للتعامل معها لأنها حتستمر معنا لفترة أطول. العالم مر بحالات اضطراب في السابق كثيرة، لكن في الغالب كانت قصيرة وبعدها طوالي بترجع ما يمكن أن نسميه بحالة الاتزان أو الإكوليبريم. الحالة الحالية دي حتستمر معنا لفترة طويلة. أنا في نقاش قبل ما نجي الجلسة دكتور اتكلمنا عن إنه هي الجلسة معمولة عن الاضطراب السياسي في الشرق الأوسط، لكن لما نتكلمنا في إنه أنت ما ممكن تفصل قضايا وتحديات الشرق الأوسط من أفريقيا، شمال أفريقيا ومن أفريقيا بشكل عام. الترابط بين كل هذه القضايا، أمسك مسألة الأمن البحر الأحمر، الدول المشاطئة للبحر الأحمر اللي هي 6 دول، 4 منها في أفريقيا، مصر، السودان، أريتريا، جيبوتي ولحد ما أثيوبيا، ومن هناك في الشرق السعودية واليمن. ترابط هذه القضايا بيفرض التعامل معها بحيث إنه نحن ننظر لهذا الإقليم بشكل متكامل. أنا حقيقة بتبقى يعني رمز فروم مي لو ما بديت يا دكتور بالأزمة في السودان. أزمة السودان اليوم هي أكبر من غزة ويوكرين مع بعض، أكبر كارثة إنسانية اليوم. نشيد بكل التعامل معها من الإقليم، يعني بدينا بجدة والمنامة وألبس وأخيرا الرباعية، لكن ما في حل إنسايت. هذا التعقيد وهذه الأزمة هي في قلب هذا الاضطراب الجيوسياسي الحالي. غابت من الفوكابلري بتاعت العالم تيرمز زي الكونفليكت ريزوليوشن، حل النزاعات، والنورم الجديد بقى كونتينمنت اوف النزاعات وليس حلها. ايوه، وليس حلها، وده خطير طبعا. يعني انت تحافظ على النزاعات بشكل دورمنت، وده طبعا ما بيستصحب معه معاناة ملايين البشر في هذه المناطق بتاعت النزاعات.
عليك السؤال هنا، كما تفضلت لا يوجد حل للنزاعات وإنما احتواء لها. هل حل النزاعات واحتوائها كما نراه من ترابط للشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، هل هناك توجه لحل هذه القضايا أو احتوائها بطريقة متناسقة، أم أن هناك يتم التركيز على حالة دون حالة أخرى ونرى حالة أخرى يعني تتكابر عليها الأزمات أكثر وأكثر؟ فهل هناك تنسيق عالمي في هذا السياق؟
حقيقة الوضع الدولي الجديد اللي هو بيتشكل ما فيه انسجام، بمعنى إنه في فراغمنتيشن في التعامل مع كل هذه القضايا. يعني ليس هنالك فريم ورك ستاندرد. يعني في السابق كان الأمم المتحدة عندها فريمز في معالجة هذه القضايا، حاليا غاب ده تماما، وأصبح التعامل مع كل القضايا بيتم بشكل منفرد بدون يعني ربطها مع بعض. يعني أنت أصلا ما ممكن تحل القضايا المتعلقة مثلا بأمن البحر الأحمر بمعزل عن الكونفليكت في السودان أو في ليبيا. لو مسكنا بس المحيط الصغير ده، خليك من التعقيدات في غزة والقضية الفلسطينية والانعكاسات على لبنان، على سوريا، على العراق، على الأردن، كل هذا التداخل ما بيتم التعامل معه بفريم ورك منسجم، ببيس ميل. ده ما بحل المسألة.
معالي هوشيار زباري، عرجنا على الأردن ومحيطها، السودان وما يتعلق بأفريقيا. كان لك يعني قراءة تحليلية تتنبأ ربما بعودة اشتعال المواجهة الإسرائيلية الإيرانية مرة أخرى. في ضوء الضبابية معاليك والعراق وموقعه الاستراتيجي ووجوده وسط هذه المنعطف التاريخي، كيف يرى العراق نفسه في التعامل في القضايا الجيوسياسية والجيوستراتيجية المحيطة به، ونحن ندرك كيف هي إيران مع إسرائيل وما حصل في مؤخرا؟
شكرا جزيلا. بالبداية أحب أشكرك دكتور سلطان مدير مركز الإمارات وصديقي العزيز نيكولاي ميلادينوف مدير أكاديمية أنور قرقاش على دعوتهم الطيبة والكريمة لنا لهذا المنتدى الثاني لهيلي. طبيعي احنا في الشرق الأوسط في الهوى سوا، يعني ما شاء الله كلنا عندنا مشاكلنا بقدر مآسينا، وما يحصل في غزة حقيقة مأساة يومية بنشاهدها على الفضائيات والتلفزيونات ونشعر بآلام هؤلاء الناس. أنا تعلمت شيء في تجربتي السياسية المتواضعة، أنه الأمور في الشرق الأوسط مترابطة interdependent، ما ممكن تفصلها عن بعضها البعض. طبيعي حتى أجيب على سؤالك الكريم شوية أعطيك خلفية. احنا بعد أيام مقبلين على الذكرى 24 لهجمات 9 أيلول على البرجين في نيويورك. 24 سنة، فترة عاصرناها وعشناها. هذاك الحدث كان متحول كبير في السياسة الدولية وفي النظام العالمي الجديد والاستقطاب اللي صار. تبين أنه متطرفين متشددين من القاعدة من السنة هم اللي قاموا في هذا الهجوم الإرهابي على هذا المركز المدني. من هذاك الوقت طبيعي صارت ردة فعل في الولايات المتحدة، في الدول الأوروبية، أنه ليش بيكرهونا؟ والتحليلات قفزت أنه لابد من مكافحة هذا التطرف الموجود في المناهج، في الدراسات، في الضغوط، وفي طرح مشروع الشرق الأوسط الكبير وإسقاط نظام طالبان في أفغانستان وإسقاط نظام صدام حسين، وشفنا القصة كلياتها. في هاي الفترة التوجه أنه كان أنه المتشددين السنة هم اللي سببون هذا الموضوع، لذلك صار نوع من التهاون مع الطرف الآخر في العالم الإسلامي، وشفنا أنه صار مجال حقيقة للتعامل بطريقة إيجابية وبناءة، وصارت اتفاقية النووية مع الجمهورية الإسلامية في وقتها اللي كاثرين أشتون موجودة هون كانت من المساهمين فيها، وإحنا في العراق أيضا في وقتها كان لنا دور محدود ولكن نفتخر به. تطورت الأحداث إلى أن صارت هجمات 7 أكتوبر على اليهود في إسرائيل. هناك النخبة الإسرائيلية أو شعروا أن التهديد الوجودي عليهم جاي من عدو آخر غير، أنه محاصرين بطوق من النار من القوى والمجاميع المدعومة من حزب الله إلى الجهاد الإسلامي، حماس، إلى الحشد الشعبي، إلى الحوثيين. فتغيرت المعادلة، أنه لا يستهدفنا أو استهداف وجودي بالنسبة لنا في طرف آخر. ولذلك كنا من الناس اللي توقعوا في البداية أنه ما يحصل في غزة سوف لن يبقى محصورا في غزة، راح يتمدد، وشملت لبنان وشملت سوريا وشملت اليمن مؤخرا. حقيقة المنطقة غير مستقرة، والسبب الأساسي ما في قيادة لها أمانة، يعني عالمية أو دولية. سابقا الدور الأمريكي كان مؤثر جدا في ضبط الإيقاع، في ممارسة هذا الدور. هذا الاهتمام لم يعد كالسابق، يعني في جميع المجالات. احنا في العراق حاليا نلاحظ نشعر انه في عملية إعادة تموضع لهذه القوات حسب الاتفاقات بين الحكومة العراقية وأمريكا. ربما باقين، ولكن سوف يخففوا من هذا التواجد. إلى السنة القادمة 2026 راح ينسحبوا ربما كليا من العراق. هم باقين في إقليم كردستان إلى نهاية 2006، ولكن ممكن. المواجهة اللي صارت أو حرب ال 12 يوم بالتأكيد أفرزت حقائق جديدة يعني في المنطقة، وأثرت على الجميع. الكل كان في مرمى النيران. أنا في تقديري هناك صفحة أخرى ما منتهية. هذه المواجهة لا زالت عناصرها ودلائلها موجودة. في هذا الشهر في أيلول في مجموعة من الأمور خارجة أو غير منظورة في دول الاتحاد الأوروبي أو بريطانيا وألمانيا وفرنسا يفكرون في إعادة نظام الزناد أو السناب باك سانكشن، في محاولة أوروبية من قبل الرئيس ماكرون للاعتراف بحل الدولتين. أيضا هاي خلقت تفاعلات كثيرة. فبالنسبة لنا في العراق حقيقة كنحن في ضمن هذه المواجهة أمامنا استحقاق مهم انتخابات هذه السنة.
وهذا الموضوع اللي أنا بكلمك فيه معاليك، يعني نرى الاستحقاق هذا مع الانسحاب الاتفاقية الأمنية كيف انعكاسها. يعني يبدو فيما يتعلق بالمباحثات ما بين الجانب الأوروبي وإيران، وفي حال يعني تفعيل آلية زناد وتنبؤك بإمكانية عودة الصراع. أعتقد أن هناك بعض الأسباب التي تؤدي ذلك، سأعود لك في هذا الجانب. معالي الدكتور بشخصاونة، قضية الفلسطينية، حل الدولتين، في مقابل هناك تصريحات إسرائيلية بإسرائيل الكبرى، ممارسات في الضفة الغربية، والموضوع عن ضم الضفة الغربية، ودولة الإمارات كانت واضحة أنها خط أحمر. هناك في المقابل العربي مبادرة السلام العربية، جهود دعوة دائما لحل الدولتين، ولكن لا زالت هناك منطقة رمادية في الوسط لم يتم الوصول لها. ما هي الحلول للوصول إلى ردم هذه الفجوة، بناء الجسور والوصول إلى حل عادل القضية الفلسطينية؟
أنت اليوم الدكتور كما أسلفت، أنت اليوم أمام مقاربة، وأنا قاعد أطلع على أرقام الاستطلاع سيئة وعدم يقين بتشكل الأغلبية من آراء الحاضرين. أنت اليوم أمام لحظة أنا بعتقد في الإقليم اللي بتشكل مرة ثانية فرصة لبناء هيكلية أو نظام إقليمي يتجاوز حالة الانتظار اللي قاعدين نعيشها، أو الجديد الطبيعي الذي تحدث عنه البعض. وأنا بتقديري أنه لا، نحن أمام انتقال لإعادة تشغيل الأوبريتنج سيستم اللي تفضل وحكى عنه نيكولاي ملادينوف قبل شوي، واللي هو معطل. أنا بعتقد نحن بصدد إعادة تشغيله وتطويره. حتى نكون فاعلين في إعادة تشغيل هذا النظام، هذا النظام التشغيلي، يجب أن نعمل على مقاربة للتأسيس لنظام إقليمي يرتكز مرة أخرى إلى تعزيز فكرة الدولة القومية، وإذن لأكمل فكرتي، الدولة الوطنية، إلى تقليص جماعياً تقليص ومحاربة الكيانات اللي ما دون الدولة، إعادة إنتاج وتحسين وتطوير النظام الدولي اللي نشأ عام 45، واللي تعامل مع الدولة الوطنية باعتبارها حجر الرحى في هذا النظام الدولي، واعترف بحركات تحرر وطني، ولكنه لم يعترف للحظة بكيانات ما دون الدولة داخل الدول المستقلة، لأنه أثر هذه الكيانات التي ما دون الدولة داخل الدول المستقلة دائما كان أثر تدميري يفضي إلى التضحية بالاستقرار الإقليمي وبأبعاد التنمية وإلى تهديد الأمن والسلم الدوليين. اليوم قل لي شو عناصر هذا النظام الإقليمي الذي أتحدث عنه؟ هذا نظام إقليمي قد يشمل إسرائيل، ولكن لكي يشمل إسرائيل هذا النظام الإقليمي يجب حقيقة أن تتعاطى إسرائيل، وكما تحدثت الوزيرة لانا نسيبه، أن تتعاطى إسرائيل مع فكرة مقبوليتها العامة واستيعابها داخل منطقتنا في سياق أيضا يقر بالحق الفلسطيني بإقامة الدولة المستقلة، لكي نستطيع أن نؤسس إلى حالة استقرار إقليمي. وفي منطقتنا الكثير من القوى الوسطى المهمة دوليا، ومن ضمنها دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، المملكة العربية السعودية، الأردن ومصر، والكثير من الدول في منطقتنا التي لها دور بارز وأساسي ما بين مختلف مراكز الاستقطاب والقوى العالمية. أنت اليوم لديك التزام بالاستثمار في أمريكا يصل من قبل دول الخليج العربي إلى حوالي 5.5 تريليون دولار أمريكي. بغياب التركيز والتأسيس لحالة استقرار إقليمي لن تتأتى إمكانية ترجمة هذه الاستثمارات إلى حقيقة وواقع ملموس. لكي يحصل هذا يجب أن تلتزم إسرائيل بمقاربة تصبح معها جزء من هذا الإقليم، مدخلها وبوابتها أن تلتزم بمسار يفضي إلى حل الدولتين. بالمقابل يجب أيضا لهذا النظام الإقليمي أن يحمل أطرافه مسؤوليات تستجيب للمخاوف الأمنية الإسرائيلية المشروعة وليس غير المشروعة. وأيضا هذا النظام يجب أن يؤسس إلى أن يجعل الشرق الأوسط منطقة تبتعد عن التنازع والتسابق نحو السلاح النووي، لأنه هذا خطر استراتيجي على هذه المنطقة، وهذه مقاربة تقتضي انخراط دبلوماسي من نوع ما وفي إطار جماعي. الترابط ما بين عناصر المنطقة ومن بين تحديات المنطقة ترابط أساسي. هذا الترابط رآه جلالة الملك، رأته الأردن فيما يسمى بعملية العقبة التي تهدف إلى محاربة التطرف. آلية العقبة تنظر إلى التطرف والإرهاب الذي يجري في الشرق الأوسط وتربط في الذي يجري في شرق أفريقيا والساحل الأفريقي وفي منطقة الساحل وفي العراق وفي شمال سوريا.
وضحت الرؤية، وسأبني على كما تفضلت معاليك استثمار الوقت، نظام إقليمي شامل، قبول إسرائيل بشرط دولة فلسطينية، وأن يكون هناك تمهيد لأرضية للاستثمار. معالي عبد الله حمدوك، هذه شروط مهمة، ولكن حينما أنظر إلى بعض الدول وتشظيها وعدم وجود دولة وطنية قادرة على قيادة هذه الدول، أليس هذه معضلة رئيسية من ضمن المعضلات الأخرى التي تؤدي إلى وجود هذا النظام التشاركي المتكامل مع الدول الأخرى؟ ونريد أن نختصر في إجابات سريعة لأني أريد هناك أسئلة أخرى. يعني على سبيل المثال عندك السودان، عندك ليبيا، دول أخرى، هناك تشظي معاليك. أين هذا النظام اللي نبغيه ونسأل وندعو العالم له، ونحن في العالم العربي لدينا هذه الإشكاليات؟
شوف دكتور، هو طبعا هنالك شق داخلي مرتبط بالدول دي نفسها، يعني حالة التشظي والانقسامات الخاصة بالدولة الوطنية بتساهم كثير جدا في إطالة أمد هذه النزاعات. غياب القدرة على التعامل مع المكون الوطني بحيث أنه تكون هنالك إمكانية لخلق مشروع وطني موحد لكل المكونات. هذا التعقيد الداخلي بيصير أكثر تعقيداً بالتدخلات الخارجية. نحن في عالم اليوم حدث صغير في قرية نائية في دقائق بيصل كل الدنيا. ما في بلد ممكن يعيش بانعزال عن المحيط الإقليمي والدولي. هنالك تقاطعات، انترست، مصالح إلى آخره، كلها بتلقي بظلالة على الصراعات. أمسك يعني كنموذج الأزمة السودانية. لفترة طويلة تم تصوير الأزمة السودانية باعتبارها يعني صراع على السلطة بين جنرالين. ده بيقفل حاجة أساسية، إنه هذه الأزمة هي من التعقيد بمكان تتشابك فيها القضايا السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية، لازم ننظر لها بهذا الشمول. حلها بيكمن في حاجتين مثلا، أنا لازم أتكلم عن المسألة دي يعني للأودينس الموجود، لأنه يعني بيهمنا نوصل موضوع السودان يا دكتور لو سمحت لي. المسألة دي مرتبطة بمحورين، المحور الأساسي هو وقف الحرب، والآخر هو إنهاء الحرب، ودي العمليتين منفصلات تماما. وقف الحرب يعني وقف إطلاق النار، توصيل المساعدات الإنسانية، وقف إطلاق نار، مراقب إقليميا ودوليا. الشق الثاني اللي هو إنهاء الحرب، واللي ده بيتطلب تضافر الجهود الداخلية باعتبار إنه يكون في حوار سوداني شامل لحد كبير، باستثناء أولئك الذين خربوا الحياة السياسية ل30 سنة، وأنا هنا بعني بشكل very specific الإسلام السياسي ودوره في تخريب مش السودان بس، المنطقة كلها.
نعم.
ده يرتبط بالدور الإقليمي والدولي، ونحن هسي بننظر يعني يمكن بأمل إنه بعد كل المحاولات السابقة من الجدة للمنامة للألبس، الكواد الرباعية
نعم. ولعل
عندها يعني إمكانية في إنها تعالج هذا الموضوع بالترابط وبالتنسيق الكامل مع المنظمات الإقليمية كالاتحاد الأفريقي، الإيجاد، الجامعة العربية إلى آخره.
وهذا معاليك الذي يجعل كما تفضلت أن تشابك القضايا ما بين الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. نجد اليوم حتى المبادرات تأتي من العالم العربي في اتجاه السودان، لابد من تعزيز الدولة الوطنية. معالي هوشيار، نحن عندنا 3 دقائق بنوزعها على الجميع. حدثت الدولة ويعني كانت هناك انهيارات في دولة، ثم تأسست دولة وطنية وبنيت على معايير لعل البعض يراها أن الدستور هو في حد ذاته يؤدي إلى انشقاقات في داخل الدولة. فأعود لكم للسؤال الذي يعني ذكرت عبارته: إلغاء الطائفة السياسية هدف وطني أساسي يقتضي العمل على تحقيقه وفق خطة مرحلية، وعلى مجلس النواب المنتخب على أساس المناصفة بين المسلمين والمسيحيين إنجاز الإجراءات الملائمة لتحقيق هذا الهدف، وتشكيل هيئة وطنية لإلغاء قاعدة التمثيل الطائفي واعتماد الكفاءة والاختصاص. معاليك، بعض الدول العربية تتشكل في دستورها على المحاصصة، فتؤدي كما يرى البعض أنها نلغي الكفاءة. هذا ما أقوله هو كان إعلان الطائف الذي كان من سنوات طوال، وكان لابد على لبنان أن يلغي مسألة المحاصصة ليصبح هناك الكفاءة هي من تقود. فإذا كان لبنان إلى اليوم من اتفاق الطائف إلى اليوم لم يحقق هذه النقطة التي كانت جوهرية، أن إلغاء الطائفية السياسية. معاليك، في العراق، في ليبيا، قد يكون في السودان، اليوم في سوريا. فأنا أريد أختم معاكم في هذا الجانب، الدولة الوطنية والمحاصصة، وكيف تصبح دولة وطنية قوية نستطيع كما قال معالي بشر الخصاونة أن يكون هناك نظام مكتمل يقف على الكفاءة في العالم العربي، لنستطيع أن نكون يعني كتلة واحدة في مواجهة التحديات.
نعم.
نأخذ دقيقة من كل أحد منكم. عليك.
هو مرجعية العراق في هذا الموضوع وبناء الدولة الوطنية هو العقد الاجتماعي اللي نسميه الدستور، اللي صوت عليه أكثر من 80% من الشعب العراقي من جميع المكونات والطوائف، وهذا هو المرجعية بالنسبة لبناء الدولة الوطنية. طبيعي هذا الدستور توافقي بالتأكيد، مبني على مبادئ الشراكة والتوازن والتوافق ومراعاة التمثيل، لا يعني على حساب الكفاءات والقدرات إلى آخره. حقيقة هناك بعض البوادر الإيجابية في المنطقة بشكل عام، يعني ليس كلها سلبيات وإلى آخره. في هذا التوجه الموجود لحصر السلاح بيد الدولة، نشوفها في لبنان، في سوريا، في العراق أيضا، يعني في محاولات كجرت لتأسيس الحشد الشعبي كقوة موازية، ولكن كانت هناك رفض من الغالبية العظمى. في تركيا حزب العمال الكردستاني لأول مرة ألقى بسلاحه بعد 40 سنة. فهذا التوجه الجديد حقيقة لبناء دولة مدنية أو دستورية ذات مؤسسات موحدة خارجة عن الطائفية السياسية موجود، ولكن يحتاج إلى عمل ومثابرة وإلى قادة. الديمقراطية تحتاج إلى ديمقراطيين، والفيدرالية تحتاج إلى ناس يؤمنون بالاتحادية مثل الإمارات كتجربة رائدة وناجحة. في سوريا هناك نظام جديد، وأيضا هناك إرادة دولية لدعم هذا النظام الجديد حقيقة من أمريكا، في الدول العربية، الاتحاد الأوروبي. وإحنا في العراق أيضا داعمين لقيام نظام ربما مختلف عن النظام السابق، لكن كان تغيير مفصلي في موازين الشرق الأوسط.
معالي عبد الله حمدوك، ليبيا ليست بعيدة عن السودان. هل النماذج قريبة من بعضها البعض للمستقبل؟
وأشوف طبعا ما في بلدين زي بعض أو ايدنتيكال، لكن هنالك تقاطعات وتشابه كثير في تجارب الشعوب، وخاصة الشعوب المجاورة لبعض واللي تطورت العلاقات بيناتها تاريخيا، ثقافة وتاريخ ودين إلى آخره إلى آخره. في تشابه كثير، لكن أيضا هنالك اختلاف كبير. يعني نحن نسمع كثير جدا الكلام حول النموذج الليبي واللي حاصل فيه الانشطار في ليبيا، بين تسميها يعني واقع الدولتين أو يمكن ثلاث لو اعتبرت الجنوب. عندنا وضع مماثل اليوم في السودان شبيه يعني، لكن السودان فيه تعقيدات أكثر بكثير من الحاصل في ليبيا. عندنا اليوم حكومتين أو ديفاكتو جوفرمنت في بور السودان وفي نيالا، ده اللي بيخلي التفكير في إنه في شبه بين النموذج الليبي والسوداني. لكن ليبيا بلد تعقيدات الإثنية فيها بسيطة جدا. السودان بلد فيه يعني تعقيد إثني وجهوي بمكان. نحن عندنا أكثر من 500 إثنية. معالجة هذه المسألة لا يمكن التعامل معها بإسقاط النموذج الليبي عليها.
صحيح. وهو ليس بنموذج يعني إيجابي
في نهاية الأمر،
ولكن هي الحالات الانقسامات نتحدث عنها.
هي طبعا هي تعبر عن حالة الانشطار والانقسامات في الدولة الوطنية. جزء منها طبعا كان بيتريست حتى للحقبة الاستعمارية أنها زرعت من الوقت ذاك. لكن النظام الوطني أيضا من الحقبة الاستعمارية أكثر من 60-70 سنة برضو فشل في أنه يخلق زي ما تفضل مع الوزير العقد الاجتماعي القائم على الدساتير. نحن في السودان مثلا 70 سنة من الاستقلال ما عندنا دستور دائم، واللي هي بتظل طوالي محكومين بدساتير مؤقتة وبفترة بتاعت انقلابات عسكرية بترجع البلد دائما ل يعني حالة بتاعت اضطراب وعدم استقرار استمر لأكثر من 50 عام.
معالي دكتور بشر خصاونة، وأكدت مرارا وتكرارا فيما يتعلق في النون ستيت أكترز، قوى ما دون الدولة، ولدينا اليمن على سبيل المثال تدخلها في الحرب ودعم القضية الفلسطينية. الكثير يقول ما هي إلا محاولة لإضفاء شرعية على فصيل لا يمثل اليمن.
الكثير
نؤكد معالي أختم معك في هالدقيقة، مشكلة الدولة الوطنية حاضرة، ولكن هناك فواعل تزاحم هذه الدولة صحيح. الوطنية. كيف نريد من إسرائيل وأمريكا أن نأتي ونقوم بهذا النظام كما تفضلت، نظام إقليمي واحد، ولدينا إشكالية في الدولة الوطنية صحيح. في بعض الدول.
أنا موافقك، ولكن الكثير من هذه الإشكاليات والذخيرة التي حصلتها الكثير من الكيانات التي ما دون الدولة كانت نتاج أساسي مع الأسف لعدم جدية الحكومة الإسرائيلية في أن تسير في مسار السلام المفضي إلى تجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة كأمر واقع. وبالتالي استغلت هذه الكيانات هذه المنظمة الفلسطينية التاريخية لتجند أتباع لها لاعتبارات وعناصر لها علاقة بمصالحها وليس بمصلحة القضية الفلسطينية بالضرورة، وفعلت ذات الشيء قسم من الدول القريبة من الإقليم. اللي بدي أقوله إنه فيما يتعلق بأنظمة المحاصصة، بس إن أذنت لي أن أتكلم للحظة.
الحين عندي دقيقة.
أنا بتقديري بأنه يجب أن نتدرج باتجاه أن لا يبنى النظام السياسي على فكرة المحاصصة، لأنه يؤدي إلى مآلات تؤثر على مسار التنمية، تؤدي إلى شروخات اجتماعية كبرى، ولكن يجب أن تتأسس في أي دولة مؤسسات قوية وأنظمة للضوابط والتشيكس اند بالانسز، بحيث لا تتغول أي أغلبية على حقوق الأقليات الأخرى الموجودة، وأن يكون الإطار الضابط هو إطار المواطنة أولاً وثانياً وثالثاً وعاشراً، وبدون أن تستبد أي فئة وفق ضوابط معينة بالمشهدية وبالأمر، بحيث تنكفئ الفئات الأخرى وتلجأ إلى أن تحتمي بفكرة المحاصصة المؤطرة.
نقطة جديرة بالاهتمام. أتمنى بس تعرضون السؤال وكيف كانت الاستبيان.
مضطرب 51 غير معلوم 33 ومستقر 16.
معكم زرقاء اليمامة. اللهم لا حسد. مضطرب شو إجابتك معليك؟ ما هي إجابتك؟
أنا أميل إلى أنه مضطرب، ولكنه قابل للاستدراك، بحيث تكون دول المنطقة فاعلة في تأسيس الاستقرار.
معلي عبد الله حمدو.
أنا مع الجزء الفوق، يعني بتخيل إنه هذا الاضطراب الجيوسياسي حيظل معنا لفترة من الزمن. نيو نورمال.
معالي بشار.
والله لا زالت المنطقة بتغلي حقيقة، ما استقرت بعد. راح نشوف مع الأسف الشديد، لا أريد أن أكون متشائم، بس مزيد من الأزمات.
أتمنى من الجميع بالنسبة للموجود تاتش وود، لأنه ما شاء الله النظر لا زال ممتاز والظروف، فانضموا معي للشكر الفريق، وشكرا جزيلا معاليكم على هذا. شكرا جزيلا.
استراحة تواصل، نواصل بعدها جلسة منتدى هيلي.
Sessions of the Hili Forum will continue shortly after the break.
بعدها جلسة منتدى هيلي.
Sessions of the Hili Forum will continue shortly after the break.
استراحة تواصل، نواصل بعدها جلسة منتدى هيلي.
Sessions of the Hili Forum will continue shortly after the break.
بعد قليل تنطلق 4 جلسات حوارية متزامنة. جلسة بعنوان استراتيجيات على رقعة الشطرنج، كيف يعاد تشكيل موازين القوى في عالم جديد، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التواصل. جلسة بعنوان تزاحم الفيلة، صراعات إقليمية غير محسومة، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة الحوار. جلسة بعنوان الخليج العالمي، القوى الوسطى ودبلوماسية الوساطة، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التسامح. جلسة بعنوان ثقافة التعاون، شراكات استراتيجية أم تحالفات، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التعاون.
Ladies and gentlemen, the concurrent sessions are about to begin. For the session titled Moving Chess Pawns, Rebalancing Power in a New World, please proceed to the Connectivity Hall. Too many elephants in the room. Unfinished regional conflicts will take place in the Dialogue Hall. For Global Gulf, Middle Powers and Mediators, please head to the Tolerance Hall. And finally, for Culture of Collaboration, Strategic Partnerships or Alliances, kindly proceed to the Cooperation Hall.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة حضورنا الكريم، تعقد الآن الجلسة الرئيسية الثالثة بعنوان تحولات جيواقتصادية واقع غير اعتيادي، التي يشارك فيها كل من معالي الدكتور كريستيان كاردونا وزير الاقتصاد سابقاً بمالطا، ومعالي الدكتور كيومي فايمي وزير تطوير المناجم والصناعات الصلب سابقاً بنيجيريا، وسعادة السفير تشانغ جون الأمين العام لمنتدى بواو الآسيوي والمندوب الدائم السابق للصين لدى الأمم المتحدة، وسعادة السفير الدكتور موهان كومار السفير السابق للهند لدى فرنسا والبحرين ومفاوض تجاري سابق لدى منظمة التجارة العالمية وعميد كلية جندال للشؤون الدولية بجامعة أوبي جندال العالمية. وتدير الجلسة لينا حسب الله محررة في منصة CNN الاقتصادية.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our final plenary session for today is titled Geoeconomic Disruptions Supernormal, with His Excellency Dr. Christian Cardona, Malta's former Minister of Economy, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Nigeria's former Minister of Mines and Steel Development, His Excellency Ambassador Zhang Jun, Secretary General of Hili Forum for Asia, and former permanent representative of China to the United Nations, and His Excellency Dr. Mohan Kumar, former Indian ambassador to France and Britain. The session will be moderated by Lina Hasballah, CNN Business Arabic editor.
Thank you very much, ladies, for that nice introduction. You actually saved me a lot of time introducing our amazing panelists here. I also have to thank AGDA and the ECSSR for hosting this really amazing forum. I've been here last year. I've had the pleasure of joining. And this year, I'm very excited to be joining you all at the Hili Forum. As they said, our panel is discussing major issues, namely economic disruptions globally. And I'm happy to have representatives from two superpowers, India, China, and Africa, and Europe. And this is going to be, a very diverse and very interesting session. So what we are witnessing today, tariffs, escalating trade tensions, cross-country attacks that happen on a whim, multiple wars, a Red Sea shipping crisis, and global supply chain problem that caused global businesses to lose approximately $184 billion annually due to supply chain disruptions. These are just some of the super abnormal disruptions that we are witnessing today, which defy conventional predictions and challenge established economic norms. The result? Polarization and a general sense of uncertainty around the world. As power diffuses beyond established Western economies, new actors and models reshape the rules of engagement, calling for fresh frameworks to navigate this complex terrain. And I'm delighted to explore how governments, businesses, and institutions are adapting to an era where economic disruption is not only just frequent, but it is fundamentally transformative. Among these disruptions, of course, as I mentioned, are tariffs, or what I call Trump tariffs. And Ambassador Mohan, I wanted to start with you. So speaking of tariffs, President Donald Trump just imposed 50% tariffs on most US imports from India. So he's basically punishing one of the world's largest economies over its purchase of discounted Russian oil. That was the announced reason. That's an example of a huge financial and trade risk. How big is that risk, and how should India respond, in your opinion?
So thank you very much, and I want to thank not just AGDA, but also the ECSSR for this opportunity, and thank you for moderating this panel. Look, the first headline news, and that is really the bad news, is that if the Trumpian tariffs were not in place, the world economy would have grown by 3%. I'm talking global trade in goods.
Yeah.
With the Trumpian tariffs, the expectation is it'll grow only by 0.7%, and some people say it could dip down to 0.4%. So the impact of the Trumpian tariffs is very clear. As to your specific question on India, no question, it's meant to hurt us, and it will hurt us, but India is a big enough economy. So the first thing I want to say is that conversation between India and the United States has not stopped. So we are still talking to the US. The general strategy of India has been twofold. With regard to the relationship with the United States, it's an important strategic partnership. So no confrontation, but no capitulation, and yes to conversation. So we are talking. I think what other things that we will do eventually is what a lot of countries will do. We will look to alternative markets where we can.
Yeah.
We would like to develop the domestic market. We have, after all, a very, very big country, a big domestic market. And then we will also try and expedite the free trade agreements that were already in the pipeline. I think we have concluded one with the UK, and we will now go ahead, full steam ahead with the one with the European Union. And the European Union team is expected in Delhi this week, next week, that is in the next couple of days. And we would like to try and expedite those conversations with them. So what countries are going to do, Lena, is essentially what I have chosen to call multiple strategic hedging. Everybody is going to hedge because trade is just way too important just to be left to one market or the other. So all countries will try to hedge, and that's what India will do.
It seems like it's a natural reaction to look elsewhere, but it seems to have agitated the US at the same time. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a picture with President Xi Jinping and with the Russian president, and we've seen the tweet that came after that. It was basically seen as a threat. Do you think that that was, a logical action and reaction?
It's easy to make that connection directly, but for those who have followed India, have understood India, we've never really deviated from what we call multi-alignment and strategic autonomy. India is not an ally of any country. I need to say that loud and clear because this is a time when everybody is allying with everybody else.
Yeah.
But India is not, we don't have a treaty alliance with anybody. We follow an independent foreign policy. We are very proud as a country and as a civilization. So I don't think that is going to change.
Yeah.
But it's a fact that we would like to look east, and we have now started acting east. BRICS is an important forum. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization is an important forum. It's interesting. The US market might be the biggest export market for India, but our trade with China, Ambassador sitting next to my left, it's a big relationship with China as well. So I think we are going to play all sides, play all cards, and play the long game. I can't put it better.
It seems like a fair and natural reaction. Speaking of China, Secretary General, obviously China has had its share of the Trump administration's tariffs and wrath, for lack of a better word. But deals were struck to some extent, deals that lowered tariffs from about 145%, I think it was, to now about 25% on China from the US. What lessons can be learned from China addressing this financial and trade risk when it was announced?
Thank you so much, Lena, for your moderation, and I'm very glad to join this group discussion on this very important and outstanding issue faced by the whole world. Indeed, the world is faced with a huge threat and challenge, mainly because of the tariff war. And the tariff war is not only undermining the global economy, but also shaken and jeopardize the global governance, the global economic order. And I'm sure that for all of us, not only for the panel, all of us are thinking while the world is at a crossroads, and how to address this issue and how to answer all these relevant questions, including the ones you have asked. Well, I'm currently a Secretary General, as you may heard from the introduction, a Secretary General for the World Forum for Asia, which is aimed at promoting regional economic cooperation. I'm no longer in the Chinese diplomatic service, so I doubt whether I'm the right one to speak on behalf of China. But I do have followed very closely what's happening in the past several months. I think what strikes me, answering your question, what strikes me the most from the Chinese approach in addressing this very, very complicated situation is that first, China adopted a very tough response to the tariff war, and also it has taken a number of countermeasures against the U.S. imposed tariffs. I think that's, I'm interested in that because it's not because of a rivalry between the big powers, economic powers. It's really because that when such a big thing is happening in the world, the whole international community should stay strong, should stay united.
But I think China has that luxury, right? It's a big country. It's considered a superpower. There's, a lot of what China can give. So it had that luxury to respond without flinching, I would say.
I think the importance of what China is doing is not only because it's defending its own national interest, but also defending the principles, defending multilateralism, free trade, the global trading system. I think that's important for the world. And another thing that strikes me is that the Chinese economy demonstrates strong resilience, resilience from strong growth, 5.3% in the first half of this year, resilience from the social stability, from strong innovation dynamics, and from many things. I think that's also good news. That shows that when you are able to put your future in your own hands, don't be afraid of any war, whether it's a tariff war or a trade war. I think that's also a strong message for the whole world. And thirdly, to be briefly, I think what's also important is that even though some big power is is reversing from free trade, from multilateralism, China keeps opening its door, keeps opening up and reforming its economic system. I think that creates new opportunities for the whole world. I think that's also something we should keep in mind, even though something is happening, but that's not the end of the world. Life goes on, and if we can really stay strong, if we continue to open, if we continue to pursue multilateralism, we still have a bright future.
And I think we can see a lot of movement towards China, and it will be interesting to see how that transpires. Dr. Kayode, moving on to Africa. Nigeria's foreign minister recently said that West African nations want to strike deals with the US over energy and rare earth minerals. But the Trump administration's looming expansion of travel ban is risking derailing those efforts. However, on the other hand, Trump said that China will supply the US with magnets and rare earth minerals critical to the auto and battery industries in exchange for Chinese students' continued access to US universities. So there was sort of a deal that was struck there. Was this, in your opinion, a good deal? And should West African countries have made a similar deal with the US to ensure that this exchange happens, this very important exchange?
Thank you, Lina, and let me also thank AGDA and the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research for the invitation. I'd like to go on a bit of a historical journey. The last major global shift that is similar to what we're experiencing now was 1945, 80 years ago. Most of Africa was not at the table. Only 2 African countries were independent, Liberia and Ethiopia. So we were largely recipients of that order rather than a rule maker. What is happening now, and I guess what the Nigerian Foreign Minister was talking about, was really similar to what Ambassador spoke to about the autonomy to negotiate on the basis of national interest. But good as that may be in the case of Nigeria, I'm not so sure that is the best for Africa right now. I think Africa needs to begin to look at this as an opportunity for autonomy collectively rather than individually. So that negotiation has to go beyond Nigeria, United States, Nigeria, China, Nigeria, India, to what is the need for us as a continent. How do we ensure that our strategic agreement, for example, the Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to integrate the economy of Africa, is brought to bear on whatever negotiations we're having. So it would require the continental body, the African Union, to play a much more active role. And that's not to say sovereignty would not count. It's just to suggest that whether it is in FOCAC discussions or in our discussions with India, we also need to factor in how the continent responds to this, rather than just regard Africa as recipients individually of whatever goals, whatever is defined by the United States. We really should not be in that. We're already caught in that, if you like, Gramscian trap of the old dying and the new not yet born. And the uncertainty in this transition period is one that we have to really carefully redefine according to the interest of Africa collectively.
Allow me to mention there was a visit to the White House from several African leaders. I'm sure you followed.
Oh yes, 5 of them.
Yes, 5 of them. Some went very well, some didn't go as well as much. Very interested to know what were your thoughts on that visit.
Well, again, that's part of the Trumpian tantrums.
Yeah.
If you want to,
I like that.
to use Ambassador's point earlier, I think even the United States need to really ask itself what its interest is.
Yeah. And what Africa has to offer.
And what Africa has to offer. Because when you look at it, our demographic assets are some of the things that will be very critical in this transition phase. I mean, Africa used to be 1/8 of the world in 1950. Today, 1 in every 4 persons in the world by 2050 will come from Africa. The median age in Africa is 18. In China, it's 38. In India, it's 28. In the United States, it's 38. So if we harness that human capital appropriately, the world has a lot to benefit from that. If you go away from the demographic assets I'm talking about and even go in the direction of natural resources, Africa has a very critical role to play there.
Of course.
Platinum, 90% of the world platinum is in Africa. 75% of the world cobalt is in Africa. Half of the gold assets in the world is in Africa. So you then ask yourself, if we have all this and we're doing individual negotiations, how would Africa maximize its benefits? Unless some of those countries with those resources come together collectively to negotiate.
Exactly.
Just the way we did in the age of OPEC, because strategic minerals is the new oil in the world now. And that's what informed the formation of OPEC in reaction to the way United States and other countries were pushing for oil at the time. I think it's time to have this organized response again on the continent.
Thank you for that answer. It's very important. Dr. Christian, moving on to you. We're speaking about abnormal geopolitical tensions as well in this day and age, and they haven't been seen for centuries. Some even say since World War II. One of those is obviously the Ukraine-Russia war. And obviously that has affected Europe in many, many ways. Do you feel that this war has negatively affected the global economic power of Europe that has been long-standing for a long time?
Yes, undoubtedly. First of all, I would like to thank you, Lena, and the organizers, AGDA and ECSSR, for the invitation. The way I see it from a global context and the difference between how we are today and how it was in the past, an answer to your question, is quite remarkably different. And I say this because if we had to compare how shocks and what kind of shocks we faced in the past, we noticed that in the past the shocks were cyclical, in the meaning that they were predictable and they were also containable. Today, we see that the patterns of history have changed and have changed dramatically. Economies before moved in cycles. There was growth, there was slowdown, there was sometimes financial crisis, as well as the disruptions were cycles. There were wars, force majeures. They were intense but temporary. And as we can see today, and this is my opinion, maybe there are people who don't agree with this, they are permanent in nature, and I see that they are structural and systematic. So Europe, the economic power of Europe, absolutely had serious economic headwinds. Weakened competitiveness, for sure, increased dependency. Europe lost a lot of ground in terms of global economic power. On the other hand, I think what is important today is to see and to look beyond the immediate negatives. And not to see only the permanent decline, but the fundamental redefinition of policies and future policies which will shape this continent and make it more competitive. Ironically, war forced Europe to accelerate certain transitions which were long overdue in many sectors, in the health sector, in the industrial policy sector. However, the real challenge today, and it is very interesting to have colleagues from continents who are very good at this, is velocity, is speed. No doubt that Europe till now has remained reactive, has remained fragmented, is very bureaucratic and very heavy.
I think it was a shock to see that this war really showed the world and Europe within itself, Europeans,
yes,
how
of course.
Unready it was for something like this.
Lena, it's a wake-up. It was a wake-up call. You know, it was a wake-up call, and now ultimately, it is the choice of those leading the European institutions. Unfortunately, and I'm very critical about this, till now we are not seeing that that type of sentiment in European institutions. They are still pedantic, they are still heavy, and they don't match the speed and the velocity of the competitors like India, like China, who are moving very fast in all sectors, with the right policies, with the right choices, and with the results.
Yeah.
Because you can also compare and make an analysis of the economic results between these continents.
Yeah. And I think a big reason for that maybe is traditional policy making and how maybe it doesn't work anymore. And Ambassador Mohan, I wanted to talk to you about that. When it comes to these trade tensions that we're witnessing today, these economic disruptions that we haven't seen in such a long time, do traditional policy-making tactics work? And how can they evolve to deal with such disruptions? Do we even know what these are?
So it's very clear that traditional policy making is under pressure. For example, the organization that anchors the multilateral trading system is the WTO, the World Trade Organization. The World Trade Organization used to have three functions. One was a negotiating function, the second was a dispute settlement mechanism and a function, and the third was trade monitoring function. All three have just disappeared, frankly. There is no negotiation other than plurilateral negotiation. Dispute settlement mechanism is completely grounded, and a trade monitoring function is dependent on the goodwill of members. So there is no trade monitoring in that sense. So the blunt answer to your question is that no, the traditional policy. Trade is moved from being MFN based, and I don't want to sound like a professor, which I am. I'm always fond of saying I'm an extinguished ambassador trying to be a distinguished scholar, but MFN, most favored nation, is out. Trade on the basis of non-reciprocity is out, and trade has been weaponized and geopoliticized like never before. So your traditional policy making is not going to work. Having said that, I think it's important to understand the problem in perspective. US constitutes 13% of global imports. So 87% of imports is fine. Let's look at it that way. At least, thank God. 30% of global trade is services, so that is excluded. Only 70% which deals with goods is included. If you look at it from that point of view, and there is regional integration at work, so what India will have to do, and I can only speak for India, is that apart from trying to settle a bilateral trade agreement with the United States, because in areas like seafood exports, gems, jewelry, textiles, garments, the US market is important for India, at least for the time being. So we cannot not negotiate. But then I think we have to start looking at regional mega trading arrangements, which India has not done so far. And the thing which springs to mind is the Comprehensive Pacific Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, which is really the mega agreement that gathers free traders of the world. India has a mixed record on free trade. We have protected our domestic industry, to be fair, but at the same time, we now have reached a tipping point when India is buying into the concept of free trade. So given that, I think India will have to fundamentally reset its trade policy. Until a year ago, India did not accept that labor standards, environment standards, and government procurement are trade issues. Can you believe it? We said we will not negotiate environment as part of a trade agreement. We will not negotiate labor standards as part of a trade agreement. But we are now doing that with the European Union. We just did that with the UK. So there is a paradigm shift that is going on in the world. And to just summarize, I think trade is increasingly going to be non-MFN. It's going to be strictly reciprocal. It's going to be highly geopolitical and weaponized. And at the end of the day, trade is also going to be strategic. It doesn't matter what shoes you wear, what watches you wear, that I don't care. But are you not going to be concerned about where your medicines come from? Are you not going to be concerned where your semiconductors come from? Are you not going to be concerned where your chips come from? Are you not going to be concerned where your photovoltaic cells come from for your solar panels? Those are strategic. And I don't see a going back on this, frankly, Lena. I think trade will, in at least those important products, will be strategic, it will be geopolitical, and it's frankly too important to be left only to trade experts. So political leaders will get involved. So I think in that sense, your traditional policy making, where policy making is just going to be done by the Ministry of Commerce, that's a thing of the past. Every leader will now want to get involved with international trade.
So it's really a paradigm shift, because again, we've never seen disruptions like these, I think, in a very long time. And we're not just talking about trade and tariffs. We're talking about, as I said, wars. We have climate change. We have Red Sea crisis, supply chain crisis, and so on. So, Ambassador Zhang, I wanted to go back to you here. You have been the permanent representative of China to the United Nations. So you really have an insider view of how international organizations deal with such turmoil. The obvious question is, are you glad you're not in the halls of the United Nations today at this time of turmoil in the world? Yes or no?
Lena, as a trained diplomat, I think my right answer is that I love my motherland. I love my previous post in serving my own country. And secondly, you know, I'm currently the Secretary General for an organization promoting regional cooperation. I also love this job very much.
That's great. It's good to have people like you to, you know, be in those halls and fix those issues. Can you tell us how institutions like these can address emerging financial and trade risks from your experience?
I think it's since we are faced with a very complicated situation, and as you have mentioned earlier in your conversation with other panelists, the current situation might be very much unprecedented since the end of the Second World War. We are really in a very complicated situation, but I do believe that the UN has a big say and has a big responsibility in addressing a crisis like this. You know, the UN with 193 members is the most representative international organization among all sovereign states, and also the UN is sitting at the center of today's international governance. Frankly, we cannot afford to see the UN failing to cope with today's situation. And judging from my experience, I also find ways that the UN can be really playing a very, very important role. First, you know, the UN should really make even harder efforts and to mobilize solidarity and unity in defending multilateralism, in defending the Charter purposes and the principles, and also preventing the current situation from bad to worse.
Yep.
You know, I think, you know, we are faced with a situation, it might slide into a more chaotic global situation, and that's not very far from us. So we have to be in high alert on that. And secondly, the UN is the best place to understand why these things are happening, and then to respond with a comprehensive reform of today's international system, including the financial and monetary and commercial system of today's world, especially because of the rise of the global south. Yeah. That's not something small. It's a big thing. As I see it, it's like a second wave of decolonization with economic independence as the main characteristics of this new wave of decolonization. So it's really the right time to move forward with substantive steps, making sure that the global south are substantively engaged in global decision-making. And thirdly, I think since we are faced with such a situation, you have mentioned the climate change, you have mentioned the sustainable development. I think the UN, whatever it happens, the UN should making every effort to make sure that the development process, the development programs will not be interrupted or disrupted by the trade war or by the other disruptions. Otherwise, you know, we have to pay more efforts to go back to the right track. I'm glad to see that the UN is making a lot of efforts along that direction, and countries like China is also launching initiatives on global government, global development, on global security, on global governance, and along that direction. I'm optimistic about the role of the UN.
Thank you for those insights. Dr. Coyote, very quickly, we've spoken about economic turmoil, trade, wars, supply chain, and more. But for Africa, and correct me if I'm wrong, resource governance is really key to prosper even during these times for the African continent. What is stopping countries like Nigeria or the continent of Africa from reaching that economic prosperity despite these global challenges?
Very quickly, I made some reference to that earlier. I mean, some of these issues have to be addressed collectively. If you look at the wars that we're experiencing now on the continent, they're also resource wars. Whether you talk of Sudan or you talk of the Sahel, or many of the countries that are in conflict, they have external players also actively involved in those wars. And you could go back to an era where Africa collectively worked together to confront neocolonialism and apartheid, for example. And the nodal countries on the continent played a critical role there. I think it's time for those nodal countries, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, to be in the driver's seat again. Not just at the level of the United Nations, but also on the continent, in ensuring that the resources of Africa are actually governed by Africans.
Are you optimistic that that's going to happen anytime
Well,
soon?
it's inevitable because we are at an inflection point in the world where every region has to play what is in the best interest of her people.
Yes.
So I don't think we have a choice.
Mr. Christian, this question is very important, actually, and it really puts into lessons learned. So under your tenure as the Minister of Economy in Malta, Malta achieved the fastest economic growth in the EU, attracting over 2 billion euros in investment and creating more than 5,000 jobs in 7 years. What were some of the global economic disruptions that were ongoing during your tenure, and how did you make these achievements in the country?
Yes, Lina, as you are saying, it is true that we achieved economic growth and we achieved also one of the highest rates of FDI per capita in terms of investment, but we cannot forget the global context. We were, in 2013, just coming out and dealing with the aftershocks of a global financial collapse. At the time, we were also having issues in the Eurozone with, I remind you, the bailout of Greece. Subsequently, there was Brexit, which for our country meant quite a huge disadvantage in terms of financial services. And there was the war in Libya, which is one of the major trade countries with Malta, both importation and exportation. I believe that let's say, the advantages which we had at the time and which we used in order to achieve growth primarily was the agility. When you have a small country, unlike the European Union, you have the legislative agility, flexibility to have legislation which is enacted and which can survive the competitiveness of the private industry. And that is something which, in a country like ours, a small country, you can do quite easily if you have the right legislation in force. Secondly, we diversified the economy. Malta achieved independence in 1964. It became an economic state in 1979. So at that time, it was completely dependent on the British military, the British naval forces. So we had to realign that for economic growth in order to attract tourism, attract industry. In 2013, we also diversified the economy into different sectors like the maritime sector, financial sector, the gaming industry, niche industries, manufacturing. So this diversification helped a lot.
Understood. We're almost running out of time, but I want to give you a chance to just say a final sentence. We're not going to take much of everyone's time for your forward-looking thoughts on what's happening in the world and how we can deal with it. One sentence. Go.
So for the first time, inequalities both within countries and between countries is widening. Trade has to fix that. Thank you.
Mr. Tang?
Well, stay on the right track with openness, with multilateralism, and with abiding by the principles and rules, and also stay with optimistics. The world is not ending. And then much more regional, much stronger regional cooperation. On that, please come to the Hili Forum for Asia. Much more sufficient time will be allocated to the debate in addressing the ongoing challenges of the world.
Dr. Kayode, thank you.
Well, Africa has to move from non-alignment to multi-alignment and choose friends on the basis of what is in the best interest of our continent.
Dr. Kirsten?
I think there are a lot of huge disruptions at the moment which can help us internationally to reposition ourselves in a much solid, safer, economic environment.
Thank you so much for the panel. It's very insightful. Give it up for our panelists, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
بعد قليل تنطلق 4 جلسات حوارية متزامنة. جلسة بعنوان إعادة هيكلة ما بين الرسوم الجمركية وفك الارتباط والاتجاهات المستقبلية، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة الحوار. جلسة بعنوان التنافس التعاوني بين القوى الكبرى، الخليج ومعضلة التوازن الاقتصادي، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التسامح. جلسة بعنوان النمو الأخضر، تعزيز التحول الطاقي، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التعاون. جلسة بعنوان ساحات تنافس جديدة، المعادن الحرجة ودبلوماسية الممرات الاقتصادية، يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة التواصل.
Ladies and gentlemen, the concurrent sessions are about to begin. For the session titled Radical Restructuring, Tariffs, Decoupling, and Future Trends, please make your way to the Dialogue Hall. Great Power Competition, Gulf's Quest for Equilibrium, will take place in the Tolerance Hall. For Green Growth, Powering Energy Transition, kindly proceed to the Cooperation Hall. And finally, for the session New Contest, Critical Minerals and Corridor Diplomacy, please make your way to the Connectivity Hall.